lot on Kenneth Jones to run the ball. And we basically ran behind Brandon Davis-Swain, our tight end, and Amir Herring. So we was able to get the needed yards and make the adjustments. And the first half, they were doing some things to us and scheme-wise. And the second half, we recognized it and we made some adjustments and was able to move the balls consistently on them. And but they're a good team, and we're not going to just try to, looking at film of other teams, other good teams, they held their own and they're a good defensive team.
And defensively, too, it was quite the showing from your team. An early score from Utica Eisenhower in that game to put them up 7 points near the end of the half. But beyond that, more or less was shutting down that team left and right. And that includes throughout the majority of that first half. What was the difference maker for your team defensively against a well-tuned offense from Ike?
Well, we knocked their quarterback out, and their backup quarterback out. They were injured on some shoulder injuries, so they was done for the game. But the third-string quarterback came in and surprised us and hit us on some plays that we were not expecting. We was planning to run, and we made a mental mistake on that. And we always tell the guys, the only way teams are going to score on us is we miss tackles, bad angles, and miss assignments. In this case, it was a misassignment. So, but they're a solid team, and we just game plan and make sure that we keep them. Take away their best players.
Lorenzo Williams back in the lineup for West Bloomfield defensively, coming back late in the season and now back for playoff time. And that's with guys like Deontay Pippen stepping up and having really excellent games the past few weeks in the secondary and shutting down teams that love to pass the ball like Ike and Southfield A&T. Talk about the impact of having Zoe back in this lineup going into the playoffs.
Well, yeah, that's important to have your entire D-back coming back because the way we play our game. Pippen stepped in. He's a receiver, but he stepped in for Zoe, who's a D-back and is committed to Western Michigan. And people don't know. You talk about Pippen had a great game against Southfield. Well, Zoe is one of our best corners that we have in our program. So having him back is tremendous for the team and the morale of the team because what people don't know, we probably had 6, 7 starters out the last 4 or 5 games where one guy came back, another guy would fall down, and in some cases, some of our backups. So we was putting pieces together, and those guys did a good job, and our coaches did a good job making sure the younger guys know what to do.
We're joined by head coach Tyrese Grice of the West Bloomfield Lakers. The Lakers defeating Utica Eisenhower last week to cap off the regular season. Playoffs begin Friday night, 7:30 at the Swamp against Detroit Cass Tech. And finally, Coach, looking back at the regular season and the progress that your team's made, what are some of the key points that you're most proud of in terms of the way your team's progressed from week 1 to the end of the regular season?
I think I'm proud of our perseverance. When you're dealing with a team like ours, it's a lot of personalities, a lot of different mindsets, but at the same time, you got to gather all that together. And as we move along the season, we kind of gelling together at the same time. So I'm proud of it, with the coaching staff, really putting these guys together and make sure we manage it right. And I think I'm proud of it. Each week is a tough game, and we persevere, and the expectations are always high at West Bloomfield. So we make sure that, hey, we play our best. And going against a league, OA Red, which is one of the best leagues in the state. In fact, they have 4 of our teams is in the top 10, and we have 6 teams in the playoffs. So that's a tremendous a measurement of the OAA. So we play against that league every week. So we're proud that we stepped up to the occasion and played some tough games. None of those games was blowouts. They was tough games. They gave it their best. And we're ready to take this next step.
We'll take a break here on This Week in Laker Football. We'll talk to one of the captains of the team. We'll talk to another player that's been getting a lot of game action as the season's progressed and has had a great season himself in his senior year. And then we'll preview this week's upcoming game at home against Detroit Cass Tech. 7:30 kickoff on Friday. Bally Sports on TV, Lakes FM on the radio. We'll have our audio simulcast on Civic Center TV as well. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football. Snap to Pecor, going to hand that ball off to Jaws. Shifts right at the 40, down to the 35, breaks a tackle to 30, to the 25, down about the 21-yard line. Going to be a first down and more. Kenneth Jones III.
Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to MichiganWeek.org for details. This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th from 9 to 10:30 p.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Kieft, joined alongside West Bloomfield Lakers linebacker and captain Rob Harris, finishing up the regular season. Strong performance overall for the Lakers, and even last week a tough matchup against a fellow playoff team that's in your same region in the MHSAA Division I playoffs. What did last week's win do to speak to where your team is at and where your team needs to be in playoff time?
Well, I think we all understand as a team that collectively we're 0-0. It's a restart. We're not just 9-0 anymore because, it's win or go home now. So things are more serious than it was during the regular season. We have to be on our P's and Q's even harder. Everything is, it's more business now. So I think, once, we've accumulated that together and, that's the plan, state championship.
Yeah. After last week's performance, very defensive, particularly in the first half. 7 points given up to Utica Eisenhower by halftime, but for the rest of the game, there's only 6 more points that were accumulated, and that was on the last-second play. Given the performance of that defense, where does your team need to go to grow and continue to elevate its gameplay each week, knowing that you're going up against the steepest competition in the state of Michigan?
Everybody on defense just has to know their assignment and what to do in certain situations and just, keep their football like you. I mean, if we do that, we shouldn't have any problems. And our offense, they'll dominate any kind of way that they do. If the defense just does our job, which we did last week, I don't see anything stopping us.
Over the last few weeks, Rob, we've had some injuries that have come up, certainly some absences. Last week, Samaj wasn't in the game. We had Epps go down with an injury. We've had Lorenzo and other guys out. Kari Jackson, your linebacking core, has been out with an injury too. How does that affect both the approach to an upcoming game, but also those dynamics in game when you're mixing that first string and second string lineups together, given those injuries?
Well, one thing Coach Cam always does say is next man up. Now, I know that sometimes it may have, shortened the morale of the team, knowing that some players have gone out. But I feel as if those players, they show up with us every day. They're always in practice, even though they're hurt. They always bring the energy that we need. They're always there, and that is always improved. And it's like they never left, like they never got hurt. And I love those guys. I know I can't imagine what they're going through right now, knowing that we're in the playoffs and they can't play. But they still been there. Things haven't changed. RJ stepped up. Our original Hayes really stepped up last week. Deontay Pippen has been stepping up too. And, we have Zobek now. So, we have a lot of keys and a lot of pieces that's put together. And I still don't see anything stopping us, even with the injuries. So I just don't want anybody counting West Bloomfield out.
A lot of key players returning for this West Bloomfield Lakers team come playoff time and even the last few weeks. And even beside that, with the guys being out, this team's been firing on every cylinder over the last several weeks. Excellent performances to finish out the regular season. And we saw an interesting night, and we heard an interesting story after the game on Friday. Kenneth Jones was telling us about a conversation he had at halftime with Samaj Morgan about where his head was in the game and how that conversation with Samaj kind of helped him turn the tide and really have an exciting second half that helped this Laker offense come back and really pull its punches against Utica Eisenhower in half number 2. From a captain's perspective, how important is it for you and for your fellow leaders on this team to be able to have that sense of one of my teammates may not be entirely there, may not be entirely confident or focused, or may have lost some of that along the way given what's happening on the field, and be able to intervene at that as soon as possible to turn that tide and rebuild that motivation going forward?
Well, I think all of us as captains have experienced a time where we were playing and things just didn't go our way and things. So, if we understand that, just being a leader is, stepping in and being different, uplifting your guys and letting them know that, it's okay. You still got this. The game isn't over with. And Samaj, he's a really good leader. He always speaks the truth. He always lets us know that, not everybody has an opportunity to do this, so make sure you do it with everything you have. And I think that's one thing that our captains are really good at this year is uplifting our teammates.
Rob, what sets this team apart from other teams locally, certainly from the competition you've played so far? What makes this team championship caliber?
The reason that we're a championship caliber team and that we're different from everybody else is no matter what we've gone through, no matter how many people we've lost, no matter what the media says about us or, what other teams think of us, we're still going to strive through. We've been playing hard every week. Nothing stopped us. We've only lost one game, and, because of that, we've been fighting every day. We've been fighting real stronger in every game that we played, and we were really hyped up just to play Cass Tech, this week because we always want a challenge. And I think that sets us apart because people want it easy, but we don't want it easy. We want to show the whole state of Michigan, this is still West Bloomfield football, and the caliber that it has is never gone, and it won't be lost.
A lot of high-caliber teams in this area of the playoff bracket that West Bloomfield is in. Certainly going up against Cass Tech in round one this Friday. Big game, a lot of eyes on it. Bally Sports on the TV side, us on the radio side at Civic Center TV and Lakes FM. And then going forward beyond that, teams like Southfield A&T, Macomb, Dakota, Utica Eisenhower also in there. Once again, plenty of firepower in this region of the bracket. And then, as you look toward the semifinal, you got Belleville, #1 team in the state there also. So plenty of motivation for this team to show up each week and have exciting games. Rob, anything else you'd like to say as we go into playoff time and get ready for game #1 this Friday against Cass Tech?
No, but I don't have anything else to say, Tyler. Thank you for interviewing me.
It'll all speak itself on the field on Friday night. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage will begin about 6:30 with This Week in Laker Football and then the Laker pregame show on the radio with Dave Scott and I this week. And you can catch the full game on TV from our friends at Bally Sports as well. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more. Then we'll talk to head coach Tyrese Grice and preview this week's opening playoff game against Cass Tech from right here at West Bloomfield High School. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside West Bloomfield Lakers wide receiver Jalen Jackson. And Jalen, it's been an interesting season for the wide receiving corps and for this offense, really seeing a lot of guys come up and down the depth chart and get a lot of playing time early on in the season. That's more characteristic of this team later on in the season and as they're looking for some depth approaching playoff time. What's that been like for you to have that experience to get a lot of reps on the offensive side of the ball early on in the season and become a sustained part of this offense?
To me, it was just a blessing in disguise. I joined the football team looking forward to becoming a receiver and looking forward to gelling well with my friends and my mates that I play with in school. And then as I got on the football team and I got to be a part of our program, our beautiful program that I'm glad to be a part of, it was just a great experience overall for me.
And with the success that this team's having and having that increased role, being able to kind of spread the reps across the team on the offensive side of the ball, what has been some of the focuses that you and some of the other guys on the team that have been coming up that depth chart have really honed in on as you gotten later on in the season, had a little bit more expectations, a little bit more responsibility in that offense, and especially getting ready now for playoff time this week?
So a lot of our coaches, Coach Hilbers, which is our offensive person that we always go to, and Coach Rise is our offensive coordinator, and they've been really making sure we focus on our details, our route running, to make sure that we feel as loose and comfortable as we are. Make sure we get into the film, study the plays, and as we get to playoff time, things are becoming to get more intense. So we just need to lock in more.
We're joined by Jalen Jackson, West Bloomfield Lakers wide receiver on This Week in Laker Football. Jalen and the Laker 23 each and every Friday, including this Friday against Cass Tech at home as they open up the playoffs. And as you look forward to the playoffs, you're going up against Cass Tech. That first matchup of the playoffs really does set the tone. It's a whole new season, a clean slate. Having to be up against a team like Cass Tech, a great program, one of the top teams in the state, and their 3 losses in the record doesn't speak volumes of what that team's capable of. How does that feel for you and for really your teammates too, coming into the playoffs, to have that kind of a matchup in round 1?
So in round 1, we look forward to playing Cass Tech because as we know, they're a great football team. They're a great program. So we're just looking up to see how our program matches up against their program and to see if we're compatible and if we can hopefully come out with the victory after playing them.
A lot of eyes on this football team. It's certainly something that the community gets behind. Certainly the student body and the faculty here at West Bloomfield High School get behind the football team throughout the regular season, and especially when they're making a playoff run. But it's also nice to see off the field guys on this team getting their due honors for things that happen off of the football field. Last night, or earlier this week, you were honored by the West Bloomfield School District Board of Education, particularly by the superintendent for her monthly Superintendent Student Excellence Award. What was that experience like for you to have that recognition from the school board and certainly from the superintendent about what you do here in the hallways of West Bloomfield High School, not just on the football field?
With me, being a senior at West Bloomfield High School and being in the district since kindergarten all the way to 12th grade, I was really blessed and honored to receive that award and be able to be a part of that award. So while I'm playing football, while I'm doing all of my extracurricular activities, I just want to make sure that I make our school, our program, everything else that I'm a part of, make it better. So I was just honored and blessed to be a part of that and receive that amazing award from Superintendent Bazzi.
It's great to see, and you can see that full meeting as well as the full reception of the Superintendent's Student Excellence Award from Dr. Bazzi to Jalen on our website, CivicCenterTV.com. Scroll over to our on-demand page, look under meetings. You can watch the school board meeting there and see all the great things Dr. Bazzi had to say about Jalen. Jalen, playoff time coming up this Friday. Any last words you'd like to say about this upcoming playoff season, words of encouragement to your teammates or anything to the community?
To our community, just please be there. Come and show West Bloomfield support. Tickets are limited, so make sure you get your tickets early. To say anything to the school, I just want to thank the school for everything that they've done for me and all the education that they've given me. And thank you for giving me the award. And to anybody else that is watching, just stay safe and stay blessed.
Absolutely. We appreciate it, Jalen. Jalen Jackson, West Bloomfield Lakers wide receiver, coming up on playoff time. Kickoff is a little bit later this week, Friday. 7:30 kickoff. The game's going to be picked up as the Football Friday Game of the Week from our friends at Valley Sports Detroit. We'll have the radio call, the home call for West Bloomfield on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, and on Civic Center TV with an audio simulcast. We'll come back after the break. We'll talk to head coach Tyrese Grice. We'll preview this week's upcoming playoff opener against Detroit Cass Tech coming up next. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football.
He encourages his classmates to be responsible and respectful by being a good example and mentoring other students. Jalen is the type of son every parent deserves, the type of friend everyone needs, and the type of student every teacher dreams of. He shows a high level of commitment to his academics and is mature beyond his years.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside West Bloomfield Lakers head football coach Tyrese Grice. Regular season's over. It's on to playoff time in week one. Wow, what a big matchup for your team with a little bit of history here between the Lakers and Cass Tech coming in week one, a team that West Bloomfield's seen late in the playoffs in years past and some very long runs in these playoffs after playing Cass Tech in the past. But this is an interesting matchup because they have 3 losses on the season, but this is a team that's played in a tough league and has a whole lot of talent too.
Well, Cass has, you're right about that. They have a lot of talent. They play King twice every year, which King was ranked number 1 in the state, and they won one and lost one, and they played a team in the OAA, which they lost to in Southfield, but it was a tight, close, wild, high-scoring game. So they're capable of putting up points. They're capable of doing little things. But I think our guys be ready for that challenge, and we're looking forward to that challenge.
Yeah, a lot of talent on this Cass Tech team, a lot of talent on this West Bloomfield team, and a lot of eyes on that game because of that, and because of the size and the storied history of both of these two programs kicking off the playoffs. Having those eyes on the team going into the playoffs. You've been on Valley Sports several times already this season. You've had a lot of these games that have been loaded with next level talent. They'll be playing college ball in the future, maybe even on Sundays in the future as well. But for this being the tone-setting game for the playoffs, how does that extra fanfare, those extra eyes, help you and your team or motivate you and your team for the playoff season ahead?
Well, when we found out that we were playing Cass, we thought we was going to play another team, and we found out we were playing Cass through the point system. That's where it fell to. When I saw the players' excitement and joy to playing this game, that's what got me going. That's like it got me excited about playing this game. And I told the guys, we don't want it hard. We want to make sure every day, week is a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. We're used to that. Some teams are not used to that. So to us, this is another challenge. It's another obstacle that we have to face and prove to the rest of the state that that West Bloomfield is the team to beat and the team to win the state championship. But that's just talk. We got to earn it. We got to go out there and do it. But that is the goal, and I'm quite sure it's every team's goal that's in the playoff to win the state championship. But we got to get through Cass. That's the first round, and we're not thinking about anybody else. I think this is 2 story programs in terms of football and football success, and they're coming together. The last time we played Cass was in 2017, and we played them, I believe, in the semifinals to get to Ford Field when we went to Ford Field in 2017. And that game was a very close 9-6 score. That was a battle. So we're looking forward to challenge, but it's always a big deal, who you play that first game, and we're excited about playing this game.
The last few weeks you've been able to take some time, get you guys down the depth chart, some additional action because of injuries, because of substitutions and whatnot. And your team's starting to get more and more healthy as you progress through the season, and now going into playoffs, coming back into the playoffs and in that week one, much more healthy than you've been in the past few weeks. What sort of benefit does that add to you to be able to go into these playoffs strong, knowing that you've had strong performances from your 2s and 3s in the last few weeks? Well,
we are getting some of our starters back. Of course, we had Lowe when Zoe came back last week, and he didn't start the game, but he played meaningful minutes to get him ready for the next game. So hopefully we have some guys coming back this week. We had one of our players practice yesterday lightly, and Epps practiced a little bit yesterday. He's still on day-to-day. So hopefully we have him back by Friday, and Rick practiced a little bit yesterday as well as our quarterback. It would be a game-time decision for him because he's still got the cast on his hand, but he looks good in throwing the ball, and he's ready. Once he found out we was playing Cass, he was like, Coach, I'm ready to go. So that last week game, we kind of held a lot of guys out because of those injuries who could have came back last week, and we decided we just wait till the playoffs start and get them going. And they since it's Cass, they're really ready to get back here and play this game.
In terms of what your team needs to do to match up well with Cass Tech and to counteract the strengths that team has in speed and talent and athleticism and football IQ too, what really is your team honing in on this week to make sure they come out at 100% and really not only playing 100% but thinking at 100% on the gridiron Friday night?
Well, just make sure you know your assignment and do your job. And I tell guys all the time, the only way team's going to score on you is like I said earlier, is missed tackles, bad angles, and miss assignment. So we can eliminate those 3. That give a better chance of winning this game. But it's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy because they up for the game, we up to the game. And at the end of the day, you lose or you go home. You win or you go home, excuse me. You win or you go home. So if you lose, you go home. You win, you keep going. So we hopefully we win and just take one game at a time, not thinking about the championship right now, not thinking about the next game too. Our focus got to be on Cass Tech.
Cass Tech coming in 7:30 kickoff this week, Friday. TV coverage courtesy of Bally Sports. Our friends over there will be on the TV broadcast. We'll have your radio broadcast, your home broadcast for the West Bloomfield Lakers on 89.3 Lakes FM with audio simulcast on Civic Center TV and the West Bloomfield School District's Facebook channel as well. Coach, any lasting thoughts as we head into playoff time and your team gets ready for Friday night's playoff opener against Cass Tech here at home?
We just want guys to come out and check the game out, whether it's on CCTV here at West Bloomfield or coming to the game. We need that support and come out and have a good time, and let's play this game.
Thank you for joining us, Coach, and your team each and every week throughout the regular season and now here in the playoffs as well. Thank you to our sponsors, also Premier Pet Supply, the Orchard Mall, the Michigan Week Committee, as well as Ken and Deb Macon for supporting our broadcasts all throughout the regular season and now also in the playoffs. That's going to do it for this week in Laker football. Again, Lakers kick off their playoff run Friday, 7:30 p.m. kickoff. Our coverage begins about 6:30 all across our network, CivicCenterTV.com/Lakersports for more information and to watch back all their games from this past season as well. For head coach Tyrese Grice, our entire crew at Civic Center TV, I'm Tyler Kieft. This has been This Week in Laker Football.
Here are 5 good... Here are 5 good reasons for high school multi-sport participation. Fewer overuse injuries, less opportunity for emotional burnout, exposure to different kids and coaches, exposure to different roles, and learning to compete better. Being a multi-sport participant can help a kid become a more well-rounded person. Multi-sport participation is cross-training for life. Learn more at the MHSAA website. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register.
Have we gotten to the point where at some high school game that an official has finally had enough from coaches, players, and adults, pulls off the whistle, and offers it to you? Let's hope not. There's no way you could do a better job. It's on everyone to promote good sportsmanship. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on the MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch the MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on MyMyTV.com.
Can you go anywhere and find an endeavor in society where we've come to accept and tolerate an adult, and even kids, treating another adult the way we allow spectators, coaches, and players to treat a high school game official? Can you? No one has the right to abuse game officials. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Good evening and welcome to another exciting night of Laker football right here. Laker post-game football. Dave Scott, Tyler Kieft here at the Swamp. And tonight, wow, Tyler, what a big night tonight is going to be as the Lakers take on Cass Tech in the first round of the district tournament and postseason tournament here at the MHSAA in Division I. And it couldn't be bigger, Tyler.
Yeah, could not be a bigger night here at the Swamp for this first round matchup. It's not often that you go into a playoff in any sport at any level, look at round one with one of the top teams in the state like you have in the L Boys, and have a matchup that's this highly coveted to see, and between teams that are both this competitive. That's what you get. We've got Cass Tech coming to town with the talent on that squad, and of course this first round matchup with West Bloomfield thriving and really surging in the last few weeks of the season.
Well, no question about it. And it's been a challenging season. We'll get into that in a minute, but just want to let people know what's going on here with the broadcast tonight. We're unfortunately this evening, because of the way things worked out, we are not able to bring you video tonight under the regulations and rules of the MHSAA. But we couldn't be happier to be sharing the West Bloomfield press box with the people at Bally Sports. And your friend Rob Rubik from Bally came over, walked right up to Tyler and says, "Hey, Tyler, I've been watching your games on YouTube. You're doing a great job." So that made Tyler obviously feel very good. We're not delighted that we can't bring you the full video broadcast tonight, but we're going to have all the audio. Bally Sports has video of the game. And the other place you can tune in if you want to see video is the NFHS Network. If you're not subscribed, it's only $11 for a month. You can just sign up and then immediately cancel your service if you want. And you'll end up with 1 month, enough to get all of the postseason coverage. It's likely, as the Lakers continue to go on in the postseason, which they will, that you'll be able to see some of our broadcasts there. But for tonight, bring us along on the radio, on our streaming broadcast. You'll get all the audio coverage. Maybe check out Bally Sports. They're doing a great job right next door in the press box. Or go get the video on NFHS Network. And there's a camera right here in the press box shooting the stadium, and you can tune in to our audio coverage. So, Tyler, saying all that, wow, what an amazing sequence of events that got us here. Lakers have a great season, 8-1. They get more points, postseason points, than any other team that lost a football game in Division I. And what that's done for us, these points determine who you play and whether you play at home or not. You have more points than your opponent, you play at home. So tonight, Detroit, a lot more points at Cass Tech. We'll talk about how all that happened and why. But some of the games here at West Bloomfield. The good thing is, we got a big challenge, Cass Tech, tonight. We beat Cass Tech. Next week, we're at home. We beat next week's opponent. We're at home again. We've never had 3 home games since you and I have been broadcasting these games for this entire run. We've had to get to the state tournament and win the state championship on the road, right? Yeah. So that's not going to happen this year. But honestly, I think people were very surprised in the community that we drew Cass Tech right out of the box.
Yeah, quite a surprise having a team that's this formidable, the champions of the PSL Blue, defeating Detroit Martin Luther King and the #1 quarterback in the state of Michigan in the class of 2023, and Dante Moore in the PSL Blue Championship just a week ago. And so that's a big matchup, especially when you're considering that West Bloomfield is right up there at the top of the ranks in Division I football in the state of Michigan, alongside a team like Belleville. But that's something that the Lakers are embracing. While some fans and maybe even some people within the families and the social circles of players and coaches may not be satisfied with a tough matchup like this in round one. It's something that this team is really looking forward to as, hey, nothing better to get us ready to play championship level football than having to do that from the jump in the playoffs.
Well, here's the way I look at it. And at first, it was a bit of a shock.
Sure.
Because you want to come in and you want to play somebody that hasn't won a lot of games, that you could look at in the first game, especially a team like the Lakers still has some injuries. It honestly would have been nice to have a couple of weaker opponents. That said, the Lakers, from the very beginning of the season, all they thought about, because of the quality of the team and their history, all they thought about is winning a state championship. Honestly, winning the regional final for this team wouldn't have been good enough, right? Winning a couple of districts wouldn't be good enough. This team has got to get to the state final or get really close. You got to get at least to the semis. Well, you don't get to the semis whether you play a team like Kieft, or if the brackets would have worked out, a Rochester Adams or a Belleville, depending on how the brackets worked out. You don't get to the state semis without beating a team like that. So the Lakers, we just got to get it done in the first week. And that's what's got to happen tonight. And the great thing is, the big difference this year, take this game and say this is maybe our regional final type of game, right? But here's the big difference. It's here in West Bloomfield. All those years we had to travel over to Belleville and we couldn't beat them. It happened over there. The big disappointment last year, Rochester Adams, we lose by a point on their field. Do we lose by a point on our field? Maybe not. So we're going to find out tonight. We're here. We're at home. It's exciting. We're on statewide TV. And clearly everyone who knows anything about high school football, Tyler, has said this is the game of the weekend. West Bloomfield and Kieft. And that's why Valley Sports is here. That's why Rob Rubik is right down the way in the press box. And that's why we're going to have a big turnout and a huge game tonight. And that's fun.
Yeah, and I think that's the perfect way for a team like West Bloomfield to kick off the playoffs, because if you're able to take care of business tonight at home against a team like Kieft, you're setting yourself up potentially to go up against some familiar foes. Now, as tough as it is to beat a team twice in a season, or several times in a season, in the case of last year when we saw Rochester Adams in the playoffs, it is a situation where if you're able to take care of business against a really formidable team like Kieft, you're setting yourself up well to set the tone for this playoff run and go up against one of the tougher regions and the tougher areas of the MHSA bracket in Division I. And really, looking down the line, you're more than likely going to, on your way to a state championship, have to go up against a team like Belleville, who's surging as well. These are the kind of tests you want early, and to build those calluses to really have your best football come up as you get closer to Ford Field and peak in the championship game.
So we want to thank you very much for tuning in. Still plenty of time if you're in the area to come out and celebrate with us on this almost Halloween weekend. Halloween is, of course, on Monday night. Weather not too bad. It's really a nice, clear night. Not a lot of wind. It's a little chilly, but a little bite in the air. Perfect for fall football. And we're going to have a huge crowd. We can already see a lot of people here tonight, and it's going to be a big contest. So come on down to West Bloomfield High School. If you're tuning in on the radio right now, if you're on the way, we look forward to seeing you here in a little bit. And we got a whale of a ball game. This is a big one. Kieft and West Bloomfield district action here tonight in our community. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll take a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll take a look at both of these teams and talk about where they are coming into postseason play. That and more coming up. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. You are listening to Laker Football. We'll be back in a moment on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, and Civic Center TV.
Here are 5 good reasons for high school multi-sport participation. Fewer overuse injuries, less opportunity for emotional burnout, exposure to different kids and coaches, exposure to different roles, and learning to compete better. Being a multi-sport participant can help a kid become a more well-rounded person. Multi-sport participation is cross-training for life. Learn more at the MHSAA website. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on the MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch the MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on mymytv.com.
Can you go anywhere and find an endeavor in society where we've come to accept and tolerate an adult, and even kids, treating another adult the way we allow spectators, coaches, and players to treat a high school game official? Can you? No one has the right to abuse game officials. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
All right, welcome back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com. Dave Scott and Tyler Kieft. Tyler was going to go down and get a picture of Rick Nance's hand. I'll do that if I can get a chance. But Lakers all getting together their pre-game coaching session, and I don't really want to bother them. But let's talk about Rick Nance tonight. Quarterback for the Lakers, been out for several weeks after injuring his pinky in practice, a non-playing event. And Tyler, he's been out. That's been a big loss for the Lakers. They've done a pretty good job, covered a quarterback with Samaj Morgan and a number of other people like Pecor. But, having Rick Nance back in the game would be big. Taking a look at him tonight, we just noticed that he's got a smaller cast. Maybe he had a pin in his finger, right? Maybe they pulled that pin. They certainly have a different cast on. I came by during the week and I saw him in practice wearing a red shirt and throwing the ball. So, who knows? He might. What do you think? Is he going to be on the field tonight?
There's definitely a chance. That smaller cast, a little bit less bulky, a little less chance of having some stiffness in that arm or landing on the ground awkwardly and causing some injury. But I would expect to see, if we see Rick Nance at all, very little of him, considering Samaj Morgan is back, Brody Pecor's there, the Wildcat sets with Kenneth Jones III have been working very well for this Lakers team. That being said, Rick Nance is very excited about the prospect of getting back into these ball games. Every week I go out and shoot This Week in Laker Football with head coach Tyrese Grice. Rick comes up and says, "You're going to see me this week, Tyler. You're going to see me back this week." Waves at me with his cast and says, "I'm back."
Left to his own devices, my guess is he would have already been on the field. But that wouldn't be the intelligent thing to do. The young man has a career in front of him, and if he does re-injure that pinky, then season is over, and it could do some permanent damage. Right. So I'm sure his family, the coaching staff, will make the right decision. But if he can be in the game tonight, that'll be good news. Another guy we've been missing for a number of games has been Adrian Epps, and he also practiced this week. And we might, before the game, they weren't sure whether he was going to be out here or not, but we may see him back in the field again tonight, too.
Yeah, that would be a huge impact in the secondary for the L Boys tonight, to have Adrian Epps back there, especially with the elevated play we've seen over the last few weeks from Deontay Pippen coming in there at the cornerback position, having Epps back in at safety along with Samaj Morgan. Further makes it tougher for a team like Cass Tech that likes to throw the ball and certainly has the weapons to do so effectively to run their offense at the clip they've been able to against some highly formidable teams over the last several weeks, like Brother Rice and MLK.
That game, though, in Southfield a couple of weeks ago, Pippen did a really good job filling in the secondary, playing both sides of the ball. In high school, it's not the worst thing. You got a lot of players that have the stamina. They're in good enough physical shape to get a lot of reps in on offense and defense. And, having him out there, number 7, fantastic young receiver with as much speed as anybody else on the field, having him in there. to defend Cass Tech. It could be a big factor tonight.
Yeah, when you're going up against a receiving core like Cass Tech has, the weapons they have on their side, particularly Corey Sadler Jr., Alex Graham, also an excellent receiver, and Javen Sewell, they've got tons of weapons out there. And so to have a guy like Deontay Pippen that you can know is maybe your third, fourth guy as far as your options in the secondary with the cornerbacks and your safeties against a team that's got this stacked of a wide receiver core, you're going to be really happy to have him and have a healthy, potentially, Adrian Epps in there tonight, especially after what you saw a couple weeks ago from Deontay Pippen against one of the best receivers in the state, certainly one of the best in our local area in Southfield A&T's Tashi Braceful.
And, you know, the one thing, if you're a Lakers fan, that you've seen during the last year and this year, and then we saw when Donovan Edwards was here, is the Lakers have always seemed to have that guy, Donovan Edwards, Samaj Morgan, who is just a step or two faster than everybody else. That's why those guys are going to Michigan, right? So we seem to always have somebody like that. And while we have had teams like Rochester Adams play us well and beat us, we haven't seen too many teams that have that special player. You know, tonight we are not going to have the exclusive franchise on speed and big playability. You've got two teams coming in here that can put up a ton of points, and I think most people would look at tonight's game and say, hey, maybe it's going to be like the last time we played Cass Tech and a defensive battle. But what are your thoughts?
I think this game, and I said it to you this morning on the Splash Live, I think this game's going to be won in the trenches. You got two excellent lines on both sides of the ball, and for West Bloomfield, that offensive line been a huge strength for them all season long. Some of the best players in the state, Namir Herring, anchoring that offense, a veteran center in Dallin Henry. But you look at Cass Tech and their defensive line. You got the number one D lineman in this class in Jalen Thompson, who made the right decision. He's going to East Lansing next fall to play for Mel Tucker. But, you know, nothing but seniors on that D line. That whole front seven, all four of their D linemen, all three of their linebackers that are typically in a starting position are seniors and are formidable players. I think this is going to be one in the trenches and one based on pressure that gets into the backfield on those playmakers and Samaj or Brody on our side, maybe even Rick Nance, and on Leishawn Mumfield for Cass Tech.
You know, and the one thing, talking about the defensive line and the battle in the trenches, the defensive line of Cass Tech, the one thing no one's been able to do all season long is stop Jaws. No one has been able to do it all season long. And when you take a look at Kenneth Jones III, when the Lakers were in trouble this season, when the Lakers needed short yardage, when the Lakers had to have something happen and they weren't clicking offensively, their passing game wasn't there, their quarterbacks weren't allowed to able to maneuver around the perimeter or do whatever they needed to do, running or throwing the ball, there was this guy, Kenny Jones III. And especially in the second half of last week, they went to him. But they've been going to him all season long. The Southfield game, the second half last week, anytime the Lakers are in a goal line situation, you hand the ball to Kenny Jones on the direct snap, and he gets it 2, 3, 4, 5 yards or a whole bunch more. And Tyler, nobody has been able to stop him all season long. So you got to think the Lakers are going to go to that tonight, and let's see if Cass Tech can slow him down.
Yeah, 11 rushing touchdowns on the season, Dave, and what's even more interesting than those 11 touchdowns is there's only been one game this season, Week 5 at Rochester Adams, that Kenneth Jones III has not hit pay dirt. 1 week this year, 1 week at all. That's it. Every single other game, he has gotten in the end zone in the rush. He's also been making plays as a receiver, certainly as a quarterback in the Wildcat formation, especially over the last several weeks in the absence of Rick Nance. When Jaws always packs quite the bite, but when he sharpens those teeth, Dave, and you know he's going to do that for a playoff game like tonight against Cass Tech, he's one of the most dangerous players in Southeast Michigan, frankly, across the entire state.
All right, well, it's going to be a lot of fun. We got a great game ahead of us. We're going to take a break. Tyler, I think you should make your way down to the field, see what's going on down there, get some fresh air. I'll hang out up here. We'll have the coin toss in a couple of minutes, try to get the audio. Lakers will be coming back out on the field here shortly, and we're not too far away from kickoff. This game kicks off in about 15 minutes or so. So stick around. Thank you for tuning in. Huge contest, the biggest postseason game on the turf here in Lansing, on the turf here in West Bloomfield that I can remember. especially in the first round of the districts. Cass Tech, West Bloomfield coming up. Don't go away. We've got it all here for you on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV, and all of our outlets tonight. Audio only, but it's going to be good audio, so we hope you stay tuned. We will be right back.
Here are 5 good reasons for high school multi-sport participation. Fewer overuse injuries, less opportunity for emotional burnout, exposure to different kids and coaches, exposure to different roles, and learning to compete better. Being a multi-sport participant can help a kid become a more well-rounded person. Multi-sport participation is cross-training for life. Learn more at the MHSAA website. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on the MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch the MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV, 89.3, and streaming on mymytv.com.
Can you go anywhere and find an endeavor in society where we've come to accept and tolerate an adult, and even kids, treating another adult the way we allow spectators, coaches, and players to treat a high school game official? Can you? No one has the right to abuse game officials. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
Welcome back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM. LakesFM.com, Civic Center TV. We're also live tonight on Facebook and the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page. We're live on YouTube, and we thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Sorry we can't bring you video. Bally Sports has a game tonight, along with the NFHS network, at least in video. Why not, check one of them out and then bring along our audio coverage for the home play-by-play in color. Dave Scott of the press box, somewhere down on the turf here is Tyler Kieft. Where are you, Tyler?
Well, I'm down here on the track on the West Bloomfield Lakers side with a few of West Bloomfield's cheerleaders. You guys excited for tonight's ball game?
Yes.
Who you got winning tonight? Is West Bloomfield going to take care of business?
Yeah, definitely. Of course, 100%.
It's a fun environment out here, the cheer team, the swamp, having everybody in this environment. Now that we're in the playoffs, you see this packed crowd around here. Bally Sports on site, all eyes on West Bloomfield. How does that help motivate you and your team to really pump up the crowd at tonight's game?
I think it just motivates us to do our best and get stuff done.
Can I get a go Lakers from you guys before I head back into the studio?
I'm sorry.
Can I get a go Lakers from you guys before I send it back?
Go Lakers!
There you go, Dave. Cheer team all ready for tonight's ball game.
That's what high school football is really all about, Friday night experience. And Tyler, just take a look around. I wish we could show people on TV. We'll get some snapshots and put them up here that you could check out during the game. But it's not quite game time yet. We got about 11 minutes, and it's crowded here. I can't recall a night when I've seen this many people this early. People are coming in, a lot of cars coming into the parking lot right now. It's going to be crowded here when you see the big groups of people over by the concession stand and up on the hill here just to the right side of the Laker home stands. And here in the swamp right in front of you, Tyler, we got all the students. It looks like they got a whiteout going on. It almost looks like what you loved to do when you were in college up there in East Lansing.
Yeah, they're starting to file in. The swamp is starting to get packed in. More students coming in as we speak, walking down the line. And it's crowded there, too, Dave. Everyone's trying to get in, and it's single file.
And a nice turnout, too, over on the other side of the stadium. Cass Tech bringing a lot of people as well. We're really excited to have two of the best teams in high school football in Division I for this district game tonight. And Tyler, really, I mean, who'd have thunk that we would have this big of a contest on the first weekend of the districts? Two teams like this, the kind of thing you normally see, like we said earlier, in a regional final, maybe a state semifinal. These are two of the best teams in the state of Michigan. And tell us how this happens. So Cass Tech comes in, and they don't have a lot of points, but they're one of the best teams in the state. How did that happen?
Yeah, tough schedule, playing in the PSL Blue and going up against some of the toughest competition in the state. Hey, anytime you're playing Detroit Martin Luther King Junior High School twice in the season, you got a tough season ahead, not to mention when you got a once-in-a-generation quarterback there in Dante Moore heading to Oregon. Now you split that game. That's one loss for you. Got a couple others picked up over the course of the season, but you're also playing some of that big competition. You did pick up a win against MLK. You did win last week against Birmingham Brother Rice. You know, that is a huge amount of points there that gets you kind of middle of the road. And then you end up right here in West Bloomfield, round one, with a chance to show the MHSAA what you're made of if you're Cass Tech.
You know, and it's really been interesting talking about the tournament. So, for those that don't know, you get points when you beat a team. You get more points, right, Tyler, when the team you beats other teams, okay? So there's a lot of strategy and scheduling. And the MHSA has done everything they can to reward teams that play other really good teams, right? I know the fans want to talk to you. We'll get to them in a minute. But that you get more points when you beat good teams. So the result is a lot of teams that had a pretty good one-loss record didn't make it into the tournament. They didn't play anybody. Then you get teams like Cass Tech that play an incredibly tough schedule, and then compounding it, they play people outside of the state of Michigan. Right? And you don't get any points. You go down and you beat somebody in Ohio who is a high-caliber team, and you get 0 points. So that's why Cass Tech comes in with a point rating tonight like, a 5-4 team, right? But they're not. They're a great team, and this is going to be a great contest tonight.
Yeah, that program that Thomas Wiltshire built there, now on the staff with Mel Tucker at Michigan State, and the program that Marvin Rushing took over before last season is very formidable at Cass Tech, and expect this to be a very tough game for the L-Boys tonight.
Another very interesting story, and then I'll let you get to the fans. I know they're dying to get on the radio. But another really interesting story that you and I read in the Detroit Free Press from Mick McCabe. And I don't think it's all revealed itself, but the MHSAA is investigating some of the practices at Belleville High School that surrounded a student that went to MLK that some people allege, only because the student said it to Mick McCabe, that he was getting a little bit of assistance and encouragement from the coaches at Belleville to go practice and work out with them to a greater degree than would normally be acceptable. And it's being investigated. Doesn't mean Belleville did anything wrong. Doesn't mean they didn't. But there was a student that was interviewed by Mick, and what he told him and what was in the Free Press, somebody at the MHSAA must have read it and said, hey, this isn't kosher, and there's an investigation going on.
Yeah, very preliminary. It was confirmed by Mark Yule, the executive director of the MHSAA, earlier on this week, and of course in that article from Mick McCabe, and already they have reached out to the head coach of the Belleville Tigers, Jermaine Crowell, about this, a former defensive coordinator and prolific one at Cass Tech. He has denied that he had all sorts of interactions with that student, both the alleged issues with inviting him to practices, as well as alleged issues such as transportation to and from practice or other events that are also being accused of him.
Well, and it just goes, the reason I bring it up is not to pick on Belleville, but the reason I bring it up, it just shows you how significant these programs are. These leading dominant programs. There's no question that students attend certain schools in their county because they're great football programs.
Of course.
I mean, that's okay. But the fact that this is going on, that conversation happened, there's an investigation into it. It just talks about how big high school football has become and how big it's become and how exciting it is, especially in Division I, especially here in southeastern Michigan. And the thing is, all these players know each other. They know each other because of players that have moved from school to school, because of participating in other football programs, and many of them just growing up with each other. So it makes the whole thing even more interesting.
Yeah, there's plenty of relationships between players of all different kinds of programs and all different leagues. Certainly we know about the relationships that are close between the L-Boys and many of the members of Southfield A&T's team that we saw a couple weeks ago, maybe even might see a week from now here at the Swamp. And that certainly plays into what is kind of recruiting, kind of not recruiting in Division I football.
All right, I know the Swamp, a lot of the students in the Swamp are dying to get on the radio, Tyler, so I'll give you an opportunity to make your way over there and say hello to them down there in just a couple of minutes. A lot of people making their way in here. We're about 5 minutes away from the kickoff and the national anthem, and Tyler is right there in the thick of it in the Swamp.
Are you guys ready for tonight's game?
Let's go, Lakers!
Energy already there from the Swamp, Dave. They're ready for kickoff, and we're still about 5 minutes out.
All right, very good. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. It's going to be a great game tonight. It is Cass Tech and West Bloomfield. We're kicking off the district's postseason play. Dave and Tyler will be back in a moment. You're listening to Laker football on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV, Facebook, YouTube, and a whole lot more, and we'll be right back.
Here are 5 good reasons for high school multi-sport participation. Fewer overuse injuries, less opportunity for emotional burnout, exposure to different kids and coaches, exposure to different roles, and learning to compete better. Being a multi-sport participant can help a kid become a more well-rounded person. Multi-sport participation is cross-training for life. Learn more at the MHSAA website. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on mymytv.com.
Can you go anywhere and find an endeavor in society where we've come to accept and tolerate an adult, and even kids, treating another adult the way we allow spectators, coaches, and players to treat a high school game official? Can you? No one has the right to abuse game officials. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
Welcome back, Laker football, right here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV. If you're tuning in on Facebook, thank you very much for tuning in. West Bloomfield School's Facebook page. Maybe you're on YouTube, wherever you happen to be. Thank you very much. And we got a great night of high school football. Here come the West Bloomfield Lakers onto the field, Tyler. And you've got to know that they're fired up tonight. I know that people were bummed when we saw Cass Tech in the schedule, but now that it's here, this is a big game, and I know the Lakers are going to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, Trenton Allison leading the team out onto the field alongside Muhammad Menassi also with the flags tonight, and this team pumped up. They're ready. But as you see them walk out, not all that pumping up the jams and all that and pumping up the crowd and shooting their hands over their head. They are focused. They are laser focused. They're ready to take care of business tonight against the PSL Blue Champions.
Well, it's going to be big. Again, we're sorry we can't bring you the video tonight, and there are a couple other places you can get it. Bally Sports, if you got a subscription there, and of course the NFHS network and camera right here on the press box. Small subscription fee, and you keep our audio tuned in, and you'll get almost everything you would have been getting. We may be able to get video for some of the upcoming games, but not with Bally here tonight. And we really salute them and appreciate them, all the help that they have been bringing us this season. Let's listen to Stoney welcome everybody in tonight.
District semifinal between the Lakers of West Bloomfield and the Technicians of Cass Tech in the 2022 Division I 11-player football playoffs. It's game time. Time for both teams to give us their best effort on the field, and for everyone, players, coaches, and fans, to give us their best sportsmanship. Remember, nothing beats good sportsmanship.
All right, well, there you go, Tyler. I think even having Stoney here, you got Stoney here, you got Rob Rubik up in the press box, and they're all saying, hey, I get to work with Tyler Kieft tonight. They're all pretty excited about that. And we got a great football game. Laker Express down on the field. We're going to hear from them. And the national anthem. Both teams are lined up. The Lakers, I love these black uniforms with the white letters. They got a little bit of attitude to them. Of course, Cass Tech on the far side in the white uniforms with the green letters. But let's go down now to the Laker Express and the national anthem.
Laker Express finishing up the national anthem. You know what that means. Put 12 minutes on the clock. It's time for Laker playoff football. The Technicians of Cass Tech coming in tonight with their 6-3 overall record this season, and the West Bloomfield Lakers 8-1 after a regular season play game.
Tyler, at the beginning of the season, we looked at the Lakers and we said, this is the best we have seen this team play, hands down, even including the championship season. Then it got a little bit rocky. We had a really tough game at Rochester Adams. Team regrouped. I think they figured out what they have to do. Part of it on the field, part of it off the field, the way they practice, the way they work with each other. And then what a challenge the rest of the season to win big games, including that big game in Southfield, A&T, and then to come back for the final game of the season and play Eisenhower, get shut out for the first time in the first half ever that we can remember, right?
All season,
and then not just this season, but over many seasons, and then come back in the second half and get a victory. So they're all set up. One of the top point teams in the Division I with one loss. They come in with one loss tonight. They faced adversity. They've gotten better. They've had some big challenges, and they've stood tall. And I think they're ready for postseason play, Tyler.
Yeah, they're all poised and ready to go for tonight. They were excited. You may have seen over social media over the weekend when they got through Selection Sunday how excited they were to have that big of a matchup as they have tonight against Cass Tech coming into town to kick off playoff play Division I in the MHSAA. Lakers taking the field now, getting ready to start this game off.
All right, well, the Lakers, like I said, are out there in their black uniforms with white letters. Cass Tech out there in their white uniforms with green letters. Both teams are out of the field. Now they come back for some final consultation with their coaching staff. You don't need one guy to come fire up the team, in the huddle right before the game. For a game like this, you just come in fired up. Maybe the challenge for such a big game like this is controlling your emotions and taking care of business, especially in the first quarter.
Yeah, and that's why I liked seeing the Lakers come out and just seem like they were all business. Not too much celebration, not too much let's pump up the crowd. We know the Swamp's ready. We're ready too, and we're coming out here ready to play 48 minutes of football and come out with a W against one of the best programs in the entire state.
And it just warms my heart to see number 2, Samaj Morgan, heading to University of Michigan next year and back on the field. We really missed him last week.
So Cass Tech will kick this ball off to the West Bloomfield Lakers to start off tonight's ball game. Kicker for the Cass Tech Technicians, George Sanchez Murillo. He is a sophomore in the number 80 for Cass Tech. Back for West Bloomfield, as always, Samaj Morgan alongside Adrian Epps. Ball's kicked off a little bit short, going to land about the 30-yard line, dropped and then jumped on about the 21-yard line there. That's where West Bloomfield's going to kick that. They're going to start off this drive. That return by Caleb Caudle, the wide receiver, the junior for West Bloomfield.
Well, Caleb was one of the up guys, and Cass Tech, very well coached team. They know better. They're not going to kick that ball anywhere near Samaj Morgan. He's returned a bunch of big kickoffs this year.
Of course, Rick Nance, rumored he may be back tonight as the Lakers offense takes the field. No Rick Nance out there, goes to the sideline. Samaj Morgan will be in at quarterback. This Lakers drive will begin at the 21-yard line, 23-yard line, heading right to left on your radio dial.
Thank you.
Lakers coming out with one man wide. It's going to be Deontay Pippen to the right side. And then the backfield, Samaj Morgan, the quarterback. Kenneth Jones III, Jaws, the running back. And one man in at tight end as well, looks like Jackson. Snap to Morgan, quick handoff, he fakes it to Jones, going to take it to the right side, met quickly and forced out of bounds about the 25-yard line. That'll move the Lakers forward a couple yards, 2nd down and 8.
Well, Samaj Morgan got a feel on the very first play for how strong and capable that defensive line is. Nonetheless, nothing there at all, no play at all, and Samaj picks up a couple of yards on first down.
That delayed handoff, looking for where those linebackers are going to bite. Are you going to take it up the middle if you're Samaj Morgan, or are you going to hand it off to Kenneth Jones III, let him work his magic there? The linebackers not holding back, and so Samaj Morgan launched it, but that second effort for Cass Tech certainly playing into that. 11:15 to go in the first quarter, 2nd down and 7 for the Lakers. Morgan in the shotgun, one man in the backfield with him. Now in motion is Pippen, snapping a handoff to Pippen, taking it left side, around in jet sweep, gets to the 30-yard line, forced out of bounds about the 33. Nice gainer there for Samaj Morgan as he's then forced out of bounds. A couple of technicians, Cassius Shivers and Alex Graham.
Pippen doing a really good job of the jet sweep. Didn't look like he was going to be able to turn the corner, but he has mystifying speed. He's able to get out around the perimeter, get very close to a first down, and a great job with a very intense stiff arm to get a couple of extra yards. Great run by Pippen.
Yeah, no listed rushes for Deontay Pippen all season long. First time he's getting that ball tonight in that form of the offense. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 2. Jaws in the Wildcat. 2 men in the backfield as his fullback. Snap to Jaws. Takes it up the middle. Pushing forward. Going to the 35. Going to be a first down for the Cowboys.
You know, and all season long, we've seen Jaws make plays like that, get that big first down. He, when he is hit, doesn't stop. He's got a little extra. He keeps digging and digging and digging. That time didn't get a push from anybody else. Just made that one happen on his own. Critical, nice first down for the Lakers.
First down now for the Cowboys at the 36-yard line of West Bloomfield. Again, we're going to have Samaj Morgan in at quarterback, Kenneth Jones III just to his left. The bunch formation, snap to Morgan. He's going to hand it off to Jaws this time. Up the middle, going to get a couple of yards maybe. 2nd down probably, and about 8 yards with about 10 minutes left in the first quarter.
Terrence Daniels in there, the junior for the Lakers, helping out with a little bit of blocking there. But a good job by Cass Tech to limit the Lakers to 1 yard.
Zebras give the Lakers, as Dave said, just 1 yard there on first down. 2nd down and 9 with 9:30 to go in the first. Tie ball game here in West Bloomfield, 0 for the Cowboys and 0 for the Technicians. Morgan in the shotgun, empty backfield. 2 men out to the left, 3 to the right. Snap to Morgan, shifts and moves up the middle. Going to roll outside. Not going to get much of anything. It's going to be 3rd down now for West Bloomfield.
Samaj Morgan trying to find a hole there and was able to follow a couple of blocks from the offensive line. But he was contained really well by this defense. And Tyler, this is a great defense here tonight.
At an opposite end, you got Jalen Thompson out there on the weak side for the Lakers, on the technicians right, Lakers left, but that other side just as formidable, especially when they stack those linebackers over there. So 3rd down and 6 now for West Bloomfield. Rick Nance in the ball game now. First action since week 5. Snap to Nance. Rolls forward in the pocket. Now he's going to run himself. Shifts at the 40. Past the 40 to the 45-yard line. Going to get the first down. Welcome back, number 1.
Well, you know, you're watching Rick Nance, and all I could do is watch that left wrist and say, careful, be careful. But you didn't expect Nance to come in the game and scramble for a long run. You expected him to throw the ball, and he's just multidimensional, right back where he left off. Quarterback Rick Nance.
Makes a shifty move, gets away from Cassius Shivers, and gets that first down. Now at the 47-yard line, approaching technicians territory. Nance again in at the quarterback. Snap to Rick, and hand that off to Jaws. Shifts to the left side, breaks a tackle. 45, now at the 50. Past the 50 to the 45, and out of bounds at the 43-yard line as he's pushed out by Alex Graham. Another first down for the L-Boys.
You know, this team has matured so much. What a great offense they're running. Lakers are keeping the ball on the ground. They're getting first downs against this amazing Cass Tech defense. And, you know, the Lakers aren't doing it with these big passing plays like they depended on in the past. Nice, sustained drive on the ground. Lakers off to a good start.
Lakers get into technician territory. The ball now at the 43-yard line with 7:44 to go in the first. 0-0 score. In that quarterback, Rick Nance. Jaws in the backfield. Pippen out to the left, now in motion. Snap to Nance. Hands off to Jaws. Shifty play, gets to the 40. And he's down at about the 37-yard line now. Nice gainer again by Jaws on first down.
You know, when a wide receiver or a defensive back tackles you after a 6 or 7 yard gain, you know you did a good job. That tackle by Alex Graham in the backfield, Jaws able to get some great blocks up front and get a nice gainer.
Yeah, anytime you get in that second level, you're doing something right, especially on first down. Now 2nd down and 1 for the L-Boys. Nance in a quarterback, Jaws in the backfield, snapping a handoff to Jaws, met immediately in backfield, breaks one tackle, almost got another one, but taken down by MSU recruit Jalen Thompson after Jaws broke away from Jeremy Christian.
Well, Jeremy Christian weighs in at 280 pounds. He's a 6-foot junior, and he just blew into the backfield. It looks like, and we're watching the replay, it looks like he was able to break free, Jaws able to break free and slip away from the first tackle, but a nice job by Cass Tech.
3rd and 4 and a snap to Nance. He's loose and contained. Rolls out the 50. Passes out to the sideline. Caught at the 30. First down coming for the L-Boys. It's Trenton Allison getting the reception there on the season for him. Trenton's 5th reception tonight.
Well, that's one thing that we really need. An experienced quarterback who doesn't freak out and panic in the pocket. He's able to scramble, juke left, juke right, maintain a good eye downfield and find an open receiver. And a good job of the Lakers to be able to get open and Trenton Allison.
Those infrared laser eyes on point tonight so far for Rick Nance. First down and 10 for the L-Boys at the 30. Snap to Nance, hand off to Pippen. Met in the backfield, being pulled down by his jersey. He's back at the 40. What a tackle by Jalen Thompson to get to Pippen on his 2nd rush of the season.
Well, the jet sweep has not been a big part of the Laker offense all season long. They haven't run it a lot. Tonight, they try to run it. They've introduced it several times. And, you know, when that play goes bad, that play goes bad. And that play went bad.
I mean, Thompson just used his right arm, got right through 2 offensive linemen. Impressive move by the number 1 D lineman in the state. So now, 2nd and 16 for the Lakers. They'll be placed at the 37-yard line in technician territory. Nance in the shotgun, takes the snap, rolls back, moving forward in the pocket. Now he's running with the ball at the 40, at the 35, down to the 30, tripped up at the 32-yard line.
Penalty flag in the Laker backfield. Often this is holding, but maybe not. They're indicating it will be against the Lakers.
Yeah, that flag behind the offensive line. So, thrown a little bit late in that play, but as they're calling it, is a holding on West Bloomfield. So now that makes it even more interesting. West Bloomfield has 2nd down and 16 off the Thompson tackle on Pippen. Now that moves them back 10 yards. 2nd and 26 coming up. They'll remain in technician territory at the 49-yard line.
Well, unfortunate for the Lakers, they're moving the ball down the field so nice with a great drive. But let's not forget, all season long. The Lakers and their big play offense can get themselves out of this kind of a jam, and they've got an awful lot of things in the playbook to go to on 2nd down and 30 yards.
Jaws in at fullback on the weak side. Nance, empty backfield in the shotgun. Twins to the right for the Lakers. Snap to Nance. Gets a nice pocket. Looking, throwing down the field. Looking for DeAndre Hill. Not going to get him. Almost picked off by Alex Graham. Incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down and 26 with 4:46 to go in the first.
You know, if Nance could have thrown that ball 2 or 3 seconds earlier, he might have been able to make something happen. But the secondary of Cass Tech able to catch up and almost come up with a big pick. Clearly, the Lakers' DeAndre Hill was double covered there, and probably if he would have caught the ball out of bounds.
Tiny little bit more juice. That would have been right in front of DeAndre's hands. That's a pass that's complete 10 times out of 10.
But clearly, Rick Nance can still throw the ball, even though he's got one injured wing, right?
I don't need to grip that ball with that other hand. I got a cannon on the right side if I'm Rick Nance. 3rd down and 30 now for the Lakers at the Technician 49-yard line. Rick Nance in the shotgun. Jaws in the backfield. 2 men to the left for the Lakers. Pippen now in motion from the left. Going to go to the right side. Snap to Nance. Gets a little bit of a pocket. Nice block from Jaws in the backfield. Nance launching it again. Looking for DeAndre. And just over his right shoulder. Hill overruns that ball just a tiny bit. It's just to his right shoulder. He makes that turn last second, but a split second too late. Going to be 4th down now for West Bloomfield.
Well, he was looking for the ball to come over his left shoulder, and the ball was thrown over his right shoulder. These guys have not been in the game for 3 or 4 weeks, kind of thing that you really have to expect is going to happen. I was really interested in the defense because they were screaming and yelling because they really didn't have Samaj Morgan covered very well. He was at 1-and-1 defense. They went the other way, and you know what happened.
4th and 30 for the Lakers at the 49-yard line of Cass Tech. 4:39 to go in the first quarter. It's a 0-0 ball game at the Swamp. Samaj Morgan going to punt this ball off, averaging 38.6 yards per punt so far this season coming into this game. Snapping a punt off to Morgan, almost blocked, but a nice punt gets off, lands about the 20-yard line. Going to take a Laker bounce to the 10, still going to the 5. Pushing forward, going to land at the 5-yard line, and that is another excellent punt from Samaj Morgan, setting up the Technicians deep on their own side of the field.
So you don't get any points, Tyler, but you do a really nice job there with a sustained drive down the field. Lakers get their quarterback back on the field, and we see Rick Nance out there moving the team, throwing the ball, doing all the things he's done before. Penalties, you know, that you're going to get set back in a drive, and that killed that drive. But an amazing punt and a ton of time taken off the clock. You do not want to give Cass Tech a lot of time in this game. The more time the Lakers can keep pounding on the ground against a Cass Tech defense, that is a good thing. And now they pin them back with a great special teams effort to the 5-yard line.
And to add on to that, Dave, you go up against some of the best teams in the state, as you're going to see throughout the MHSAA playoffs, especially as you're setting the tone tonight against Cass Tech. You got to be able to sustain those drives. And the Lakers all season long, it's been their style of offense, and it's been something they're not bothered by, to run down the field, run it through these other teams, and put a bunch of points up on the board. But it's nice to see, and it's really, really good to see if you're a Laker fan, that West Bloomfield can sustain a drive like that and kick off against a really good defense in Cass Tech with a 7-minute and 33-second offensive drive that gets into their territory.
Defense has not been on the field yet at all for the Lakers. Now they're going to come out with all their energy and have Cass Tech pinned back. And this is not a bad start, really good start for tonight's game for the Lakers.
Yeah, benefit to this defense, starting to get healthy again. Players returning this week for West Bloomfield. Lorenzo Williams been back for a couple weeks. Samaj back after a suspension in the regular season finale against Ike. And Adrian Epps, who injured his ankle a few games ago at Southfield A&T. That was late in that ball game. Out last week, was kind of touch and go, questionable on Tuesday when I talked to Coach Grice, and nice to see him out on the field in pads, ready to go tonight. This Lakers secondary back at full strength, and what a time to be doing that, as you're looking at a formidable offense in the skill positions for these Technicians. Corey Sadler Jr., the primary player in the wide receiver core, the freshman for the Technicians, alongside Alex Graham and Javen Sewell, among other players. And they got a heck of a quarterback, too, in the left-handed, the southpaw, Leishawn Mumfield, in his senior season, averaging about a 68.4% completion throughout the season, and an excellent player there, ranked number 6 in this class by 24/7. So now Technicians will begin their drive. 4:27 to go in the first quarter, down at their 5-yard line. Mumfield in the shotgun. Man in motion is Graham, snapping a handoff. Big run on first down. Coming up, some speed right away from Cass Tech. They'll get deep into Laker territory on that play, down about the 13-yard line. And on that first down, big run by Sean Hodges.
You know, and who comes up with that huge tackle? Samaj Morgan. Again, we said on the other side of the ball, you don't want your guys in the secondary making big tackles. He broke a big hole, but a great job by Samaj to keep that one from being points.
That good scheme on the defensive side. Have your speed guy spy their speed guy. First down and 10 at the 19 now for the Technicians. Mumfield in the shotgun. Hodges in the backfield. Snap, another handoff to Hodges. This time met at the line. Breaks one tackle as he's almost taken down by Jeremiah Smith and Montel Johnson. A few others get there, and they'll stop him with forward progress.
Looks like he was initially slowed down by Montel Johnson. Just got a grip on him a little bit, slowed him down, and then the rest of the Lakers were able to come in and give him some help and hold that to a 2-yard gainer. Good job by the Laker defense.
Yeah, again, a great offensive line here, too, for Cass Tech, and to be able to open those holes up. So if that's going to happen, those linebackers got to be right there. Montel Johnson having a hell of a season for the L-Boys. Second down and 8 now for the Technicians at their own 21-yard line. Mumfield in the shotgun. In the backfield with him is Hodges. 2 men out to the right, single man to the left. Man in motion, snapping a handoff. It's going to keep it, and the Punisher's going to get there. Brandon Davis Swain in the backfield, gets to Mumfield, not going anywhere, third down.
Well, you know, that looked like a, pass run option or maybe a jet sweep, and it just didn't happen because Brandon Davis Swain wasn't fooled at all. He was right there, penetrated in the backfield, big sack, drive stopper, loss of a couple of yards, and I'll tell you what, the Lakers are going to come out of here tonight with a V. That guy is going to be part of the reason before it's all over.
Heir apparent to the Lakers' all-time single-season sacks leader, Mike Williams, the Terminator, and now taking over the Punisher, Brandon Davis Swain, headed in a couple years. Still another year ahead of him here, and then he'll be going to Notre Dame. Third down now, and 11 off the tackle by Davis Swain. Mumfield in the shotgun, takes the snap, gets a little bit of a pocket, looking down the field, shifts forward, runs out the pocket, looks to the sideline, it's caught at about the 25-yard line and then out of bounds. It's Corey Sadler Jr. That's going to bring up fourth.
Lakers playing great defense there. They were happy not to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. And I'm kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was back there forever. But that's because he couldn't find an open receiver because the Lakers secondary had all of their guys closed down and nobody was going to be in a position where they could get the first down. Great job. That was a great play by the Lakers secondary.
No score here in West Bloomfield. $1:30 to play in the first quarter. 0-0 score. Fourth down and 14 now for Cass Tech. Sorry, fourth down and 5 at the 14-yard line. Back for West Bloomfield, Samaj Morgan and Adrian Epps in the special teams. Both having great seasons on the punt return. Samaj Morgan averaging 24 yards per return in the regular season. Mumfield, the quarterback, is the punter for Cass Tech. He's lined up on the left hash down at the 10-yard line. Low snap, it bounces down at the 5. Mumfield finally gets a punt off. Gonna land about the 40-yard line. Takes a Technician bounce, and then a Laker bounce, and then a Technician bounce at the 47-yard line, and that's where the Lakers will start off. A little bit of a lucky break, but good recovery from the quarterback/punter for Cass Tech.
He was so fortunate to be able to get rid of that ball to get a kickoff. Very good, smart play by the kicker.
And just immediately picking that ball up, sees he's got a little bit of space in front of him, and get that kickoff. I don't care how far it goes. It goes 5 yards, it goes 10 yards. I got to get that ball off. I'm too close to the end zone. Heads up play from the senior.
Well, you have two teams like this that are going to be equally matched in a battle like this. It becomes a game of field position. And right now you're looking for something good about the Lakers. They're winning the game of field position. They start this drive after a great special teams effort on the 47-yard line of Cass Tech.
52 seconds to go in the first quarter. 0-0 score in West Bloomfield. Nance in the shotgun for West Bloomfield in motion. He's going to It's a handoff there, actually. It's going to be a jet sweep to Ralph Rogers. Takes it out about the 44-yard line. A short gainer there, about 3. It'll be 2nd and 7.
So the Lakers must have seen something on film with Cass Tech that prompted them to think that they could get open on the outside, that their speed guys could make the jet sweep work. They've not used it all season long. Either that or the Lakers don't really want to throw the ball a lot tonight for some reason.
Seconds ticking off now, about 20 to go in the first quarter. It's a 0-0 score. 2nd down and 6 for the Yellow Boys at the Cass Tech 43. Nance in the shotgun. 2 men out to the left. Single man out to the right is Deontay Pippen. Jaws in at fullback to the right side of the line. Ralph Rogers in motion. Snap to Nance. Looking down the field. Still has a pocket. Looking. Throws across the field to Pippen. Incomplete. And then caught on a diving catch by Samaj Morgan. They're saying no. That went over the head of Deontay Pippen. Samaj Morgan heads up play. Took a dive and thought he had it at the ground. Zebra saying no good. Hit the ground first.
Of the first quarter.
They're actually going to call that the end of the quarter, too. We'll see if that ends up being that final call as it was over the head. Yeah, team's going to the sideline. That is going to be the end of the first quarter. But yeah, it did. It definitely hit the ground. It looked like it was really close. Just looking over and seeing what feed we've got from Bally Sports, it definitely hit the ground. So that's going to be the end of the first quarter. Your score is 0-0 here. We'll be back in just a few moments. You're listening to Laker football on 89.3 Lakes FM and on Civic Center TV.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back to Laker football on 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV. Laker sports can be found more on our website, CivicCenterTV.com/Laker sports. And as always, big thank you to all of our sponsors for our Laker football coverage all throughout the regular season and the playoffs. The Orchard Mall, Premier Pet Supply, the Michigan Week Committee, and Ken and Deb Macon, who are all over the community each and every week, maybe even here tonight. Deb.
Tyler, I'm going to take a picture in a minute. We'll put it up on our streams. People can see it, but this place is jam-packed. The home stands are totally full. There are people sitting and standing in the grassy area off to the right of the stadium down by the 10-yard line. It's a huge crowd. We've had big crowds here, but this is what you expect on a Friday night in the fall as we are heading into November, postseason, MHSAA action, two of the best teams in the state, television coverage from Bally, and it couldn't be better. And the first quarter goes, I think, pretty well for the Lakers. You know, I think on some level, probably a couple of questions. Hey, can we play with Cass Tech? Now, that question has been answered. The Lakers have been doing a good job on offense. They've been able to sustain drives. They've been able to hold a lot more possession time. I don't have the exact numbers here, but time of possession for the Lakers has got to be, about 8 minutes to 4 minutes or somewhere in that area. And the Lakers have been able to move the ball tonight.
Think about the history between these two teams also, and close games in the past. That regional semifinal in 2017 ended as a 9-7 game, very close, right down to the wire, in what was really an MHSAA classic on neutral territory. But different game happening tonight. 2022 is in front of us. The playoffs underway at West Bloomfield High School. Second quarter about to start. 0-0 score. West Bloomfield continues their drive. 2nd down and 6 at the 47-yard line.
Third down, Tyler. Really big third down for the Lakers here.
Sorry about that.
No, you're cool.
And at quarterback for West Bloomfield is Samaj Morgan. Kenneth Jones the third in the backfield, bunch formation, a couple to the left for West Bloomfield. The snap to Morgan, but a whistle going to stop that. Looks like some laundry on the field. We'll see what's going on. It's going to be a false start on WB.
5-yard penalty.
I'm not going to see who that was. The unfortunate thing on that play is it wasn't one of the linemen. And coaches get frustrated when players in the outside jump. You know, it shouldn't happen. Unfortunately, big game like tonight, it can happen.
Substitutions for West Bloomfield. Rick Nat's going to come back in at quarterback. Samaj Morgan now going to line up at wide receiver as Trenton Allison comes off the field on 3rd down and 11. No time taken off the clock because of the penalty on 3rd down. As this drive will continue. Lakers already in Cass Tech territory off the punt from Mumfield. 3rd down and 11, 0-0 score. Nance in the shotgun with Kenneth Jones III in the backfield. Morgan out to the right, Pippin out to the left. Pippin now in motion. He's going to roll out to the right, snap to Nance. Takes a step back, getting chased by the lineman. Rolls outside the right at the 45. Looking down the field, and that ball is going to be picked off by Graham. Bobbled by Sadler. Graham has it at the 30. At the 35 now, shifting away from the Lakers. Gets away from Pippin at the 40. To the 45 to 50. In the Laker territory at the 40. To the 35 and finally out of bounds on an interception. Alex Scrab got that ball off a tip by Corey Sadler as Rick Nance rolled out of the pocket, getting chased and was throwing that ball down the field.
Well, you know, maybe a ball that Rick Nance shouldn't have thrown. He couldn't really get a good stance to throw the ball. He throws the ball on the run. Now, we see him do that all the time successfully, but the ball thrown a little bit short. And a nice defensive play by Cass Tech.
Ball intended for DeAndre Hill, and just nowhere in the vicinity of that ball.
Yeah.
Hill not running for that particular pass. No communication there. Just not the right throw to be making if you're the gunslinger for West.
Well, and that was all created by really good pressure by the defensive line. And, you know, and Nance was pushed out of the pocket, did everything he could, couldn't make it work.
Best field position so far for the Technicians. 1st down and 10 with 11:40 to go in the half for LeSean Mumfield. In the backfield with him is Hodges. Snapping a handoff to Hodges. Takes it right side, getting chased. Little bit of action at the offensive line. Not going to call the hold to get to about the 35-yard line. Gain of 5 on 1st down. Looked like that could have potentially been a hold on the right edge as Jonathan Gabriel couldn't get him at the line.
Yeah, I saw that too. And you said a little bit of action. I'm thinking, yeah, at least from the press box. Looks like it could have been a hold. But on the play, no flag. Good gainer. 5 yards on 1st down for Cass Tech.
It'll be a 2nd down now for the Technicians. 2nd and 4 at the 35-yard line of West Bloomfield on the right hash. Lakers already lined up. Now Cass Tech going to the line of scrimmage. Twins out to the left. Shotgun for LeSean Mumfield with Hodges in the backfield and one man out to the right. In motion is Elijah Jordan. Snap and the fake handoff. Mumfield going to throw it. Gets the pass. It's complete. Down to about the 30-yard line. A nice reception there for the tight end. Kamari Anderson moves the Technicians forward, moves the chains.
Did you see Kamari Anderson? The guy is huge. 220 pounds, 6'5". Who is he there being defended by? Little old Samaj Morgan. And he just laid a hit on him. Well, it's good enough to get the 1st down, but a good job by the Lakers secondary.
A nice athletic play in the air to bring that ball in for Cass Tech and move them forward. At the Laker 30-yard line. 1st down and 10 now for the Technicians. 10 minutes, 15 seconds, and counting to go in the half. Mumfield in the shotgun with Hodges in the backfield. In motion is Jordan, snapping a handoff to Hodges. Takes it A-gap, going to get met immediately and taken down by Xavier Davis.
Well, Davis just read that perfectly. He was right there. He was able to penetrate into the backfield just enough to get a good angle and stop that run.
Still a 0-0 score here in West Bloomfield. 1st round, the MHSAA playoffs happening at the Swamp. The Lakers welcoming in the Technicians of Detroit Cass Tech and their 6-3 overall record in the PSL Blue this season, out of the PSL Blue. 6-3 overall, 4-1 in their league, and the PSL Blue champions. 2nd down and 10 with 9.5 to play in the half. Mumfield in the shotgun, one man in the backfield is Hodges. Kamari Anderson moves in motion, now trips right. Snap to Mumfield. The southpaw looking down the field, going for Sadler in the end zone. He's covered, it's going to be over his head, incomplete, and they're going to throw a flag. A little bit of action there. A little bit of handsiness from Lorenzo Williams. That ball way over the head of Sadler and out of range. Not even close. A questionable call.
Not even close. I mean, that was definitely not catchable. Now, we're partisans. We're going to see it our way. But I'm thinking, well, there's not going to be a pass interference call there. A little bit of contact both ways. But the officials are on the field. I got to respect them. They're closer to the play. Tough break for the Lakers. in high school, not a spot foul, but still a big penalty and a big first down for Cass Tech.
And not much of a football move back, looking toward the ball for Lorenzo Williams. Definitely had his hands on the receiver over his shoulder, so some justification there for the Zebras making that pass interference call. Now that's going to move Cass Tech well into the red zone of the L-Boys. Ball at the 15-yard line, first down and 10 with 9:20 to go in this tie ball game. 0-0 score in West Bloomfield in round one. Mumfield again lined up, this time in the pistol. Hodges in the backfield, man in motion now. Snapping a handoff to Hodges, takes it around the edge, gets to the 10, still on his feet, finally taken down by Brandon Davis-Swain as he advances to the 5-yard line.
Hodges, the ball carrier.
That'll move the chains for first and goal.
Brandon Davis-Swain doing a good job there. He was really out of position to make that play. He was working in the backfield. The play got past him. Somehow he was able to come back and make that amazing tackle and stop the touchdown.
Referee's not going to move the chains now. They're going to call that 2nd and inches for Cass Tech.
Look at Brandon Davis-Swain. Never gives up, even though he is blocked and way out of the play. Comes up with that huge tackle.
0-0 score, but Cass Tech close to that end zone. 8:40 to go in the half. Mumfield initially under center, giving his line some information. Now gets in the shotgun with Sean Hodges to his right. Snapping a handoff to Hodges. He pulls it. Mumfield going to take it, and Mumfield going to get in the end zone. Touchdown, Cass Tech.
Well, this is a great team, Tyler, and a nice drive. When you give a team like Cass Tech a turnover and then you make a couple of penalties, you're going to find yourself in trouble. That's what happened on that drive. Cass Tech draws first blood tonight.
And Mumfield just read that perfectly. Linebackers shift inside, particularly Rob Harris, and he knows he can pull that ball, get around the edge, get at least that first down and goal, but ideally get in the end zone. That's what he does. With that, 6-0 is the score in favor of Cass Tech. They'll attempt the PAT. It's going to be Sanchez Murillo, the sophomore. Kick is up, and a kick is good. 7-0 score now in favor of Cass Tech in round one. Technicians strike first blood. 8:27 to play in the first half. You're listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Here are 5 good reasons for high school multi-sport participation. Fewer overuse injuries, less opportunity for emotional burnout, exposure to different kids and coaches, exposure to different roles, and learning to compete better. Being a multi-sport participant can help a kid become a more well-rounded person. Multi-sport participation is cross-training for life. Learn more at the MHSAA website. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register.
Welcome back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, CivicCenterTV.com. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. If you're watching tonight, I know a little bit of a bummer that you're not getting the video of the game tonight. Alternatives, Bally Sports has it, and it's also the video only on NFHS Network. Either way, keep our audio with you wherever you go for your very much hometown Laker coverage tonight with Tyler Kieft and Dave Scott. So, the Lakers give up 7 points there after a turnover and a couple of tough penalties called on the Laker defense.
Yeah, penalties advancing Cass Tech up the field off that interception. A great return on an interception by Alex Graham. Set Cass Tech up with its best field position of the evening, and then they took care of business in just a few minutes here in this second quarter in West Bloomfield. 7-0 game now as the Yellow Boys will come back out on the field to return a kickoff from George Sanchez Murillo, the sophomore kicker for Cass Tech.
One of the big stories offensively for the Lakers is the return of Rick Nance and also the return of Adrian Epps. We've seen him on some returns tonight, and they're still mixing it up a little bit on quarterback, but they're getting their quarterback back in the game. And I don't think there was any way to keep Rick Nance on the sideline tonight. He's got a smaller cast, looks like he's ready to go, and been doing just fine out there, Tyler.
Plenty more options and plenty more for that defense to be thinking about in Cass Tech. with Rick Nance playing quarterback along with Smaj. Kickoff now from the 40-yard line from Sanchez Murillo. Lands about the 10-yard line, going to be recovered by the Lakers at the 15. Rolls out to 20, at the 25, still on his feet. Here comes Blaze at the 40, down to the 45. Gets to the 50-yard line and beyond, and then out of bounds. Big kickoff return again for Bryce Rowe of the West Bloomfield Lakers. His average on the season, excellent, 33.3 yards, and they're a big one.
Well, Rose started all the way over, flanked to one side of the field. He's able to run all the way across the field, expose himself, and then able to turn the corner. That's dangerous. You really want to run up and down the field on a kickoff return, not sideways, but that time it worked out for the Lakers. He's got a lot of speed. He was able to turn the corner, find a lane up the right sideline, and get into Cass Tech territory.
Yeah, been a good week for Bryce Rowe. Got an offer earlier on this week along with Montel Johnson from Central Michigan.
Fire up chips.
First down for the Lakers at the 48-yard line for the second consecutive time beginning this drive in technician territory. Morgan and the quarterback, the shotgun. Snap to Morgan, going to hand it off to Jaws. Takes up the gut, going to get maybe a yard before met by a slew of technicians. It'll be 2nd and 9.
And they're mixing it up pretty good on the offensive and defensive line. The reason I'm chuckling a little bit is because Jaws is never down. Even when he's down, he's down. Kenny Jones III, you think he's down, he's not down. You think he's down, you look, he's still driving forward with those legs. He gets a little bit, but there was nothing there, maybe a yard.
Yeah, coming into tonight's game, averaging 6 yards per carry, and one physical running back despite 5'11", 190, not the most imposing. 2nd down and 9 now for West Bloomfield off the 1-yard run on first. Morgan in shotgun. Rogers in motion, snap to Morgan, he's going to take up the middle. Gets a few yards, gets past the 45, down to about the 44-yard line. It'll be a game of about 3 on 2nd down.
Well, I'll give him a little bit more. I'll give him a gain of about 5 or 6, not to pick on you, Tyler. It's going to be 3rd down at about 5 there. And if the Lakers are going to succeed tonight, they can't ignore their superstars. They got to find a way to get Samaj Morgan, get Jaws, and get the other leaders of this team in the game as much as possible. Good job by the coaching staff there.
7-0 score in favor of Cass Tech. 7 minutes to go in the first half, and the Lakers have the ball at the 43-yard line of Cass Tech on 3rd down and 4. Morgan going to line up at quarterback. Jaws in the backfield along with him. Pippin out to the right. One man out to the left and a couple of blockers in the backfield for West Bloomfield off the edges. Snap to Morgan. Going to hand that ball off. Fakes it to Jaws. Takes it himself. Going to get up about the 43-yard line. Gets to the line of scrimmage and then brought back. They'll give him forward progress. They're going to be 4th down for the Lakers as they march a little bit forward into Cass Tech territory, but not getting much.
Well, Samaj Morgan really had nothing doing there. And what a beautiful spin move at the 45-yard line. He was caught in the backfield, did a nice spin, eluded a tackler, and made nothing into something. Now the Lakers 4th down. I got to believe they're going to go for it here. With Samaj in the backfield, he could be punting it. But again, we said it all season long. He's not faked this too often, Tyler. But I'm Cass Tech. I'm keeping a close eye on Samaj Morgan here on 4th down and 3.
One man back deep for the technicians. It's the freshman, Corey Sadler Jr. Morgan lined up at the 45-yard line for the punt. Snap and he punts it off. Line drive, going to land about the 20. Bounces to the 10 to the 5. Sadler going to recover it. Still on his feet at the 15. Gets to about the 19-yard line, met by a slew of Lakers. My apologies, the 14-yard line, and that's where Cass Tech will take over.
Well, Lakers playing it smart there, no trickery. This is a game where you're going to win the game by just doing things the right way and letting it play out, right, Tyler? I mean, there's no urgency here. The Lakers are only down by 7 points. Now you've got Cass Tech pinned back on their own 14-yard line after another great special teams effort by the Lakers.
Second time tonight, Cass Tech will begin this drive inside their own 20-yard line, and West Bloomfield, that special teams continues to be excellent for them, particularly in that punting game. Whether it's Ben Samaj Morgan or, as you've seen over the last few weeks, Ryan Krauthammer also been punting excellently. His average over the course of the regular season on his 8 punts, 33 yards per punt. And Samaj punted 5 times in the regular season for these Lakers, averaged 38.6 yards.
With Valley Sports here, we have a TV timeout. Tyler, it was a lot of fun earlier this morning to head out to Ann Arbor and do the Splash live in front of the Big House. So you might say, well, what the heck? It's a West Bloomfield TV show. What are you doing in Ann Arbor in front of the big house? I wanted to physically show the connection on this huge football weekend with Michigan State playing tomorrow. Lions playing on Sunday. Little who cares there. But Michigan State playing tomorrow. And the Lakers playing this huge game tonight. And just draw the connection between this program and the way we seem to be feeding so many great players that are playing on Saturday. And the national, international maybe emergence of Donovan Edwards kind of motivated me to go out there and be by the big house before the big game and think about Donovan, think about all the other players that have gone from here to there.
And Donovan very outspoken this week about the big game on Saturday, one of the first players on either side to make those jabs across as we began hate week here in Michigan.
Yeah, he'll do that.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, that's how Donovan plays. He's an even-keeled guy, but, man, you get a chance to speak up for your team, he'll be the first guy there. And so definitely continuing on that rivalry. And you talk about the connections between this game tonight and that game tomorrow. I mean, Samaj Morgan, Amir Herring, two of the premier players in this class in Southeast Michigan and across the whole state, headed to Ann Arbor next fall. And then on Cass Tech's side, the big man in the 55, Jalen Thompson, headed to Michigan State. So plenty of MSU and Michigan action out here at the Swamp tonight. 5:41 to go in the first half. Cass Tech has a lead 7-0 off of the score a few minutes ago from Leishon Mumfield on a brief run inside their 10-yard line. Lakers, a few nice drives offensively, some sustained drives, and a couple little mistakes, but still very much in this ball game with 5:40 to go in the half. First down and 10 for Cass Tech at the 14-yard line on their side of the ball. Mumfield takes the snap, going to hand it off to Hodges, going to get up to the 15-yard line and brought back by a slew of Lakers. Aggressive tackling there. Montel Johnson, Adrian Epps all there, and they take down the rusher. A speedy guy, as we saw earlier.
Well, they were slowed up at the defensive line, and then Montel comes in there from his linebacker position, Tyler, and he just read that play perfectly, and he tackles so perfectly as well. You know, not everyone knows how to tackle. Some guys in that kind of a thing would hit one of those shoulder pad tackles, right? That was a grab on, don't let go, give the guy a bear hug around the knees, bring him down to the ground kind of tackle.
And these Lakers not afraid to get physical. Second down and 7 with 5 to play in the first half. Mumfield in the shotgun again for the technicians. One man in the backfield, twins out to the right. Snap to Mumfield, the southpaw looking to his right. Going to pass up the middle, intended for Elijah Jordan, incomplete. Going to be a third down now. He had that ball in the hands of Jordan, and he just dropped as he's turning. Not one of those where you don't secure the football, bring it in before you make that turn, and common mistake for young players.
Yeah, Adrian Epps, though, he was feeling a little bad about that one. He broke open. He was 5, maybe 6, 7 yards away from Adrian Epps in man-to-man coverage. Lakers are bringing pressure on that play, and they did get pressure. But, you know, the other side of that, you're going to bring pressure. You're going to leave your great receivers in man-to-man, and Epps really disconnected on that play. He catches that ball that would have been 6. Adrian's looking at the bench saying, okay, I'll get him next time.
So third down and 7, 4:46 to play in the first half. It's a 7-0 game in favor of Cass Tech. Snap to Mumfield, rolls out to his right, has to look to his right, sends it to Hodges, caught. Going to get to about the 15-yard line, chases up to around the 20, and finally taken down. He's getting chased by Brandon Davis-Swain. Nice play there by Mumfield. And the Lakers, too, defensively preventing moving the chains forward.
The Lakers creating all kinds of pressure off the edge on the defensive line. Quarterback under pressure had to go to his secondary receiver. And when you do that on a 3rd and long, likely the rest of the defense is going to come in and make a tackle. That's what the Lakers did, and a good job by West Bloomfield forcing Cass Tech to punt here on 4th down.
That's a heads-up play by Montel Johnson, grabbing that jersey, pulling on it, slowing down the runner as he's approaching the line to gain, and giving his guys some time to catch up to him and force him down. 4th down now and 4 yards with 3:54 and counting to play in the first half. Mumfield going to punt this ball off. He's lined up on the right hash at the Cass Tech 5. Back for the Lakers, it's Epps and Morgan. Booming punt. Going to land about the 40-yard line. Recovered by Adrian Epps. Gets back to the 40. Out to about the 43-yard line, and he'll go out of bounds. That's where the Lakers will begin their worst field position to start tonight. And it's not that bad. It's at their own 43.
Well, if that's the worst field position they've had, that says a lot about the Lakers' special teams and their defense able to bust Cass Tech drives. Now, with about 3.5 minutes left to go, cheerleader Dave Scott here is looking forward to your West Bloomfield Lakers getting out there and making something happen. You know, for the Lakers, you expect to see improvement in this game. You got a lot of players that haven't been on the field. This is kind of like the first or second game of the season. You got a quarterback in Rick Nance who's like, man, I've just got to quite get this timing down, and he's had time to do it. Let's see what they can put together here.
3:36 to go in the first half. 7-0 score in favor of Cass Tech. First down and 10 for the Lakers at their 42-yard line. Nance in the shotgun, takes the snap, looking down the field. Quick pass to the sidelines, caught by Morgan. Going to get out to about the 44-yard line, 47-yard line. And out of bounds, nice gainer on first down as Morgan that target.
I just love that play on first down to Samaj Morgan. Great, accurate pass. They give Morgan 3, 4, 5 yards off the line of scrimmage. He's so fast that if you don't give him a little bit of room, you can find yourself in big trouble. Lakers take advantage of that. Great first down play.
Samaj Morgan moving up the ranks here all time in West Bloomfield. That's that 6-yard gainer on first down. Puts him now just 4 yards away from tying Garrett Wynn, number 3 all-time in reception yards. Second and 4 for the Lakers. Nance again in at quarterback. In the shotgun, snap to Nance. He'll hand that ball off to Ralph Rogers. Cuts inside, gets past the 50, down to the 49-yard line, and close to that line to gain. It's going to be about 3rd and 1.
Yeah, Rogers doing a really good job until he is stopped by Zachary Boston, the linebacker, 6 foot, 215-pound linebacker for Cass Tech. But what a gutsy play. You think he's running the jet sweep, and he sees a hole right in the middle, runs it right down the throat of the Cass Tech defense, comes that close to a first down, and leaves a Cass Tech player. It looks like a Laker player injured on the field.
Yeah, man down, but you want to talk about the effectiveness of the run for the Lakers with Ralph Rogers. Among all the rushers all throughout the season per carry, that's the guy. His average is through the regular season 10.77 yards per carry for 28, and he doesn't get the ball as much as maybe Kenneth Jones III does or Samaj Morgan, but he makes plays when he does.
Jamar Jackson down for the Lakers right now. Been doing a great job tonight. Doesn't look like it's a problem with any one of his extremities. He's getting up. Took a big hit. They'll get him off the field, and hopefully we'll see him back in the field before the night is over, favoring his left ankle as he comes off the field.
A very veteran offensive line here for the Lakers, but those guys down the line, too, in the second and third string, been getting plenty of action so far this season. You don't love having injuries, but one of the benefits of having guys come up the depth chart early on in the season is they're ready for these kinds of situations when a guy goes down with a little bit of a stinger, it looks like.
So 3rd down and absolutely nothing. Who do you think's going to get the call?
I think it's Kenneth Jones III, Dave. And I think that's the reason, because he's in the Wildcat, lined up at the 49-yard line of Cass Tech.
And you know what? Cass Tech realizes what they've seen on film. In this short yardage situation, nobody's been able to stop the guy. Maybe they got something they worked on in practice. Lakers are going to take a minute to talk about it. All season long, he's just been taking that direct snap, running up the middle. The offensive line's been doing a good job creating holes, and he can find a little seam to get, essentially what is a goal line play right there, Tyler.
And Lakers, when they run that sort of a formation with Kenneth Jones III in the Wildcat, it's a direct snap. You're just going to take it right at the gut. It happens every single time. They line up those 2 fullbacks in the backfield. Usually it's been Brody Pecor on one side, Montel Johnson on the other. Occasionally, you even see Rock Harris and the Lakers 6 come in there.
The thing I'm thinking about, which is kind of funny, I remember in This Week in Laker Football, I think after the Southfield game, Kenny Dawes said to you, he said, what do you mean, man? I can throw the ball. I was a quarterback when I was a kid. Samaj and I used to throw the ball around, right? And so I'm looking at him in the backfield, standing all alone, and then they kind of sneak out Samaj Morgan out there, and there's almost nobody on him. I think that's where they called the timeout. And I think Jaws might have seen that. Nonetheless, could be, maybe not.
First timeout taken for Marvin Rushing, and in his second season at the helm for Cass Tech, taking over for the legendary Thomas Wilcher. We talk about those connections with the big game tomorrow. Also has a connection there as he's now on the recruiting staff, the high school recruiting staff for Mel Tucker and Michigan State. And Marvin Rushing was an assistant coach under Wilcher for many years, taking over this program. In the first couple of years, very excellent showing for Marvin Rushing. 12-7 overall record, 6-3 in the PSL Blue overall. 4-1 this year. in the league. 0-1 overall in the playoffs. Lost early on the first round last year, but 2 playoff appearances and highly ranked number 10 in the state according to the Michigan Associated Press.
How big is this third down? Lakers, if they don't get the first down, the way the game's going, keeping it so close, they're going to punt the ball because they're on the 47-yard line at Cass Tech. You can't give them the ball in that spot of the field and maybe let them put some points on the board. So, Tyler, this is a big one here.
It is a big one here for West Bloomfield. Got to keep that forward progress. You got all 3 timeouts. Being able to kind of punch that ball up the field. And it's also big because you get this ball up, especially if you turn this into 4-down territory, which I agree with you. I don't imagine they would.
You don't do. I don't think so.
Right, no, you don't do that because you give them a better chance of scoring that ball. They've been able to capitalize on good field position, and Cass Tech gets the ball to start the second half. So here's the big play. 3rd down and 1 for the L boys at the 49-yard line of Cass Tech. It's that big play, that one you all know. Jaws in the Wildcat. Montel Johnson in the backfield, Brody Pecor. Snap to Jaws, takes it up the middle. He's going to get it. Bread and butter, and they make a play. First down, L boys.
And it's not like you famously like to say he snuck through the A gap. There wasn't any A, B, C, D. There wasn't even a Z gap in there, Tyler. That was just all Jaws driving the ball right through the defense. And a good offensive line.
Listen, Dallin, you don't move forward. I'm going to move you forward if I'm Kenneth Jones III. There ain't going to be a gap here. It's up the gut, straight by the center. I don't care if I got to dive over you. First down, L boys, at the 46-yard line now of Cass Tech. 2:42 to go in the first half. Empty backfield. Nansen, a quarterback for West Bloomfield. 2 out to the right, it's Pippin and DeAndre Hill. 2 out to the left, it's Samaj Morgan. Snap to Nance. Throws across the field, aiming that ball for Trenton Allison just over his head. He just overran that. Second down.
It's not unusual for a quarterback who's a little bit tense to overthrow the ball a little bit. He's been doing that all evening long. He hasn't been in the game for 3-4 weeks, and a couple of his passes have been just a little overthrown. Not quite in his groove yet, but the game ain't over, and I believe in Rick Nance.
Yeah, 4 weeks out of play for Rick Nance after injuring his pinky finger on his left hand, his non-throwing hand, following the Rochester Adams game. Second down and 10, 2:27 to go in the half. 7-0 ball game in favor of Cass Tech. Rick Nance in the shotgun at the quarterback. Jaws just a little bit forward off to the left side. Twins to the right for West Bloomfield. It's Jalen Jackson and Samaj Morgan out to the left. DeAndre Hill. In motion, it's Ralph Rogers. Snap to Nance. Looking down the field, still looking, rolls out to his left, going to take it himself, past the 45, puts his shoulder into it, gets down to the 40. Nice gainer on second down for the L boys. Going to set up a 3rd down and about 4 for West Bloomfield at the 39-yard line.
Everybody giving Nance a big pat on the back, including Kenny Jones. The guy's been running the ball most of the time. Says, hey, that's a good job. You've been watching my film. Nice job getting down there. But, we're all saying, hey, watch that left hand. Be careful, quarterback.
Matthew Nickens getting low for Cass Tech and making that tackle. 3rd down and 4 now for the Lakers. $1:50 to play in the half. Empty backfield for Nance. Snap, looks to his right. Going to throw out the Pippin. Caught at the 35, past the 30. Gets out of bounds at the 26. First down for West Bloomfield.
Javen Sewell is the only one in the neighborhood on defense, the senior back, and he's 5, 6, 7 yards away from him. They're giving him so much buffer. All Nance had to do was look, get good protection, and Pippin just turns around, catches the ball, and then turns on the afterburners for first down and more.
And makes that heads-up play to get himself to the sideline, get past the line again, and stop that clock with 3 timeouts. 1:40 to go in the first half. 0-7 in favor of Cass Tech. First down and 10 for West Bloomfield at the 28. Snap to Nance, hand off to Rogers. Around the edge, nice block from Jones. Gets to the 21-yard line. It'll be second down.
As this game goes on, there is some appearance that the Lakers are wearing down Cass Tech. You come out 1st and 5, 1st and 6, 1st and 4. The game didn't start out like that. Time of possession for the Lakers heavily swayed in their direction. Maybe having a little bit of impact, Tyler.
Second down and 5, 1:13 to go in the half. Nance in the shotgun, empty backfield again. Snap, he's going to take up the middle. Gets past the 25 to the 10. Rick Nance inside the 5. First and goal, L boys.
Did we miss this guy or what?
I mean, his speed, his physicality, he is fearless, a leader on and off the field, and it is showing.
Well,
a big run for Rick Nance puts the Lakers in scoring position with under a minute to go in the half. So now they're going to hurry this up. Jaws in the Wildcat, they blow a whistle. It's likely going to be another timeout for Cass Tech. That's their second.
You know, when a team is not multi-dimensional, they're easy to defend. When you have a lot of different weapons and you can go in different directions, then you get very difficult to defend. Because you got a quarterback who can take off and scramble. You got to think real hard whether you want to bring all that pressure, which they've been doing all night long. If the quarterback can find a hole, that's weapon one. The receivers, these fast receivers, weapon two, weapon three, Jaws, weapon four. There's a lot of different ways the Lakers can go with the ball. Over the last couple of weeks, we've not seen that multi-dimensional offense. It's back tonight.
And that's why you're so excited to have Rick Nance back. You see the play of Samaj Morgan, Jaws, of Brody Pecor over the last several weeks, taking over as he's been injured and been out for 4 weeks. It's worked. It's worked really well. It's developed. It's gotten better. Now you bring him back. It's that additional wrinkle. It's that additional thing that the defensive coordinators for these teams, these head coaches have to think about, and it's certainly going to be on the mind tonight of the defensive coordinator for the Cass Tech, Dennis Parker, as Nance getting his first action in 4 weeks. But he's not out there for first and goal. It's Kenneth Jones III in the Wildcat. Montel Johnson to his left with Ralph Rogers. Brody Pecor to the right. In this bunch formation. Snap. Jaws going to take up the middle. Pushing at the 2. Gets down to the 1. Gonna get close there on first and goal. Time ticking with 45 to go in the first half. It's going to be second down and goal. Lakers down 7 with the clock ticking, and Cass Tech going to get the ball in the second half. Jaws hurrying it up. Same play. Not much to talk about. We're doing it again. At the 1-yard line, Kenneth Jones III in the Wildcat. Takes the snap, goes up the middle, pushing, gets in. Touchdown, WB.
You know, I really like what the Lakers did to do that hurry up. Cass Tech getting players on and off the field to try to get some fresh blood on there to try to make a defensive stand. Lakers say, no, let's go quick. Let's go. Laker touchdown. Great drive for West Bloomfield.
With that score now makes this a little bit more even, 6-7. With 23 seconds to go in the first half.
With that score, it makes it a little bit more even.
Not quite even, but
a little bit more. A little bit more. All right.
Ryan Krauthammer coming in for the PAT. Going to be held by Trenton Allison at the 10. Lakers taking their sweet time. The snap high, good hold, puts it right through the uprights. Tie ball game off the PAT.
With that score, now the game is tied.
Now couldn't be more even. Look, I'm a Michigan State grad. Go green, go white, can't read, can't write. But I believe that's a tie ball game. With 23 seconds to go in the first half.
Oh, you're the smartest guy in the press box, Tyler. Don't let anybody be fooled in our broadcast. I'm
also the most self-deprecating guy in the press box, and that's okay, because it's a tie ball game here, and the Lakers setting themselves up well. Cass Tech going to have 23 seconds in this half, one timeout, probably not going to do much of anything here unless they have one heck of a kick return.
You know what I really like about the Lakers this year? They always seem to be getting better, except when they're getting worse. We saw them get worse at Rochester Adams, without any question. And they recovered. But for the first game, to the second game, to the third game, they get better. Tonight they had to regroup a little bit at the beginning of this game. And they got their quarterback back. Has been missing for several games, timing off a little bit. He's overthrowing some receivers. But the Lakers are getting better and better. And time of possession, Tyler, might be, other than the tied score, the biggest stat of the first half. Lakers are holding on to the ball. They're going to keep the scoring low, keep themselves in the game, and wear down this imposing Cass Tech defense.
That 1-yard rushing touchdown, the 12th on the season for Kenneth Jones III. Heading to Grand Valley State University, going to keep being a Laker for the next 4 years, beginning in the fall. It's now Krauthammer at the right hash at the 40-yard line. The left-footed kicker kicks it off. High boomer headed toward the sideline, goes straight out of bounds, saying hello to the crowd with that football, just kicks it away. Not going to give Cass Tech a chance to return that, and it goes out of bounds.
Almost looked designed, and I think about that, and I think, well, that's an odd play. but they just absolutely might have decided on the bench they do not want to return. But we've been doing a good job defending them in a conventional non-special teams way.
Kicking team, 5-yard penalty, first down, Cass Tech.
But maybe they just, the coaching, because that looked intentional all the way, Tyler. And
that ball, I mean, when I said it was a nice way to say hello to the crowd. I meant that it went straight into the standing room only area.
And I don't, Crowdhammer's been kicking the ball for a long time here. I think they decided to do that.
Totally.
I think the Lakers figured they have a better game. Last thing they want is some big open field run against a very speedy team. They'll take the ball to the 40.
Even if that ends up getting you into, you're deep into Laker territory, I got a chance to take a shot. You still got a timeout. But instead, you got a decision here. Do you go for it down the field or do you just clock it? And, you're getting the ball in the second half.
Cass Tech, you mean?
Yeah. 23 seconds to go in the first half. 7-7 ball game. Mumphrey in the shotgun. Hodges in the backfield for the technicians. Snap to Mumphrey. Delays handoff to Sean Hodges. Going to take it. Got tons of space at the 50, at the 40. Still on his feet at the 30. Down to the 20. It's going to be fumbled at the 25. We'll see who comes up with it. Looks like it's Cass Tech. And it is Cass Tech. They're going to be set up at at the Laker 25-yard line. Another big run for Sean Hodges. Time ticking. They're not going to take a timeout. 13 seconds to go. Snap and a spike for Mumfield. Going to be second down with 9 seconds to go in the first half.
Normally when you clock the ball, that was a dangerous clock. I wish everybody see the replay. Normally when you clock the ball, you're under center, you take the ball, you throw it straight down at the ground so nobody can get it. This time the quarterback takes the ball and clocks it, throwing it right back toward the line of scrimmage. He's way back, 5 yards back, and he takes the ball and he clocks it right under the center. That's a dangerous move. It almost could have been intercepted by the Lakers. I don't think they wanted to really do that.
That the first down run for Hodges, again, showing his acceleration. 9 seconds to go in the half.
Second and 10.
It's going to be second down and 10 for Cass Tech. Mumphy in the shotgun. The whistle blows. Timeout WB with 9 seconds to go in the half. Yeah, examine that offense a little bit, see what they're setting up. Clearly looking to pass that ball, but with the tendency to have those draw plays to Sean Hodges and that O-line opening up a little bit of a hole in that acceleration. A lot of danger there in the backfield for Cass Tech.
Gives the Laker coaching staff a chance to talk about this play. Last thing you want to do is let Cass Tech put any points on the board. 9 seconds, been a great first half. Lakers have dominated with the exception of a couple of penalties that led and a turnover that led to a Cass Tech touchdown. Meanwhile, the Lakers have been able to sustain drives. They're getting better and better. They've been able to run the ball a lot tonight and really run time off the clock. Now, the good way to wrap it up is a big defensive stand covering these final 9 seconds in the first half.
7-7 ball game, 9 seconds to go in the half. Cass Tech has the ball at the Laker 25. Mumfield in the shotgun, one man in the backfield with him. Twins to the left, single man to the right, snap to Mumfield. Looking, down the field, getting chased. Now he launches it into the end zone, up for Graham, caught, and then knocked out by Bryce Rowe. Incomplete. 1 second to go in the half.
He really never got his hands on that ball. Bryce Rowe doing a good job getting right between the receiver and the quarterback and able to knock that ball free at the last second.
Great technical defense there in the secondary for Bryce Rowe, taking that look back. Graham had a chance at that ball, got his hands right between it, right between the hands of Graham, and knocked that ball out.
On the defense, 10-yard penalty, second down.
As you heard, Zebras call a holding penalty on the Laker defense.
Is a first down.
Gonna move the chains forward for Cass Tech. Gonna get them that much closer to the end zone. Ball was at the 25, the line of scrimmage. Now gonna move to the 15 with 1 second left in the half. And now Cass Tech gonna line up for a field goal. It's gonna be George Sanchez Murillo, the sophomore. That'll be lined up at the 23. He'll take this from the 23-yard line. Going to be a 33-yarder with 1 second to play. Whistle blows.
They're going to ice him. Lakers.
Second of the half.
Why not? Why not ice him?
Works at other levels. You take a chance on that. Sophomore kicker, 33-yard kick. I mean, it's in a good spot. It's going to be middle of the field with 1 second to go in the half. Lakers currently tied with Cass Tech at 7. Mumphrey scoring early on in the second half on a touchdown rush with 8:27 to play in the
I think the
second
Lakers
quarter.
have some kind of a block kick special teams, special brew here on Halloween weekend.
I mean, it's always scary going up against this Laker special teams front. They got to push through that line to have a chance, but I think they're just, it's one of those send everyone situations. Cass Tech definitely going to kick this
If you're
ball.
going to aggressively go after the kicker, Tyler, the
Go
time
around the
to do it
edge.
is with 1 second left in the clock. The downside, even if you get a penalty, there's very little downside. I say go after the kicker aggressively, see what happens.
You got kind of a draw in the trenches, so go around the edges and see what you can make happen with your speed guys. That's why you got Jameer Benjamin off the right side. Looks like Epps is going to line up around the left. Morgan, it looks like, is back there. No, it's not. That's Adrian Epps to try to block this. Sanchez Murillo, another
Ice.
whistle, another timeout.
You know what they call this? They call this ice baby.
Yeah, Vanilla Ice definitely, definitely not going to get any royalties for that from our community broadcast tonight. But a good one from Dave, a nice zinger there. We don't have the drum line up here. We'd have a rim shot for you on lakesfm.com, but nice one there from the color commentator. Again, a timeout for the Lakers. That's their final of the half. 1 second to go in the half. Lakers 7, Technicians 7. And Cass Tech looking to put 3 more points on the board before we go to the half, and then get the ball to start the second half.
The only thing you want to do, if you're going to pull the ice baby routine, is wait right till the last second, let the play almost get started. They snap the ball like just after you call the timeout, right? And then it goes through, and then they got to come back and try to do it again. You've seen it a million times.
Known procrastinator Vanilla Ice, including that one. Again,
Ice baby.
33-yard field goal for Sanchez Murillo, the sophomore. Snap is low, it bounces. Cass Tech puts it up. It's going to barely get through, but it's good. 3 more points for Cass Tech. That'll end the half. Score is 10 points for the visiting Technicians, 7 points for the West Bloomfield Lakers. We'll come back in a few with your Laker halftime show. You're listening to the game on 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Health concerns in high school sports go beyond physical injuries. The mental well-being of our young people is a hotter topic than ever before. The Michigan High School Athletic Association website has resources to help adults and students recognize potential problems and deal with them in a positive way. You can learn more about these mental health resources on the Health and Safety page of the MHSAA website. A message from the MHSAA promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register. What's happening around you? Hear about state events, businesses, and from the people behind them on The MegaCast, an hour-long TV, radio, and streaming show keeping you informed on the day-to-day news. Listen in on talks with volunteer groups, documentarians, and financial advisors, Monday to Friday with your host, Tyler Kieft. Catch The MegaCast weekdays from 10 a.m. to 11 on Civic Center TV 89.3 and streaming on mymytv.com.
Can you go anywhere and find an endeavor in society where we've come to accept and tolerate an adult, and even kids, treating another adult the way we allow spectators, coaches, and players to treat a high school game official? Can you? No one has the right to abuse game officials. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
What does the 50th anniversary of Title IX mean? It means I'm valued, I'm empowered, I can do anything. It means I'll pave the way for every girl who plays high school sports in the future, just like every female student, coach, official, and administrator blaze the trail for me, because every student deserves the opportunity to play. Encourage girls you know to participate in Michigan high school sports.
This message presented by the MHSAA and the Michigan Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show.
Good evening and welcome back to Laker football here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV. We're on Facebook Live with the West Bloomfield Schools, Facebook Live on YouTube, and all over the internet. We invite you to tune in to any of our outlets tonight for our audio coverage of the game, Tyler. And what a first half, huh? Everything we expected.
Yeah, back and forth ball game so far for these teams. Lakers able to maintain multiple sustained drives. That's really been the tell of the tale for this offense so far tonight. But Cass Tech, when they're able to get the football into positive territory and get some openings on that offensive line, particularly for Sean Hodges, the running back, a couple of excellent plays showing off that acceleration and just the danger of this offense for Cass Tech. Plenty of weapons, and that's why if you're the Lakers, you're content in that second half to come back out and really maintain those sustained drives.
You are content, but you would have liked to not give up that field goal with under a minute to go, leading at halftime. I don't know that all the strategy came together exactly the way the Lakers had hoped, but you are content. Here's a couple of really good reasons why. A, your team is getting better. You've had a lot of guys that have been off for several weeks, including your quarterback, Rick Nance, the junior quarterback, is coming back. He is creating a very imposing threat in quarterback. He's able to pass the ball, getting better and more accurate as the game goes on. But he's really been able to create a lot of damage with his feet so far tonight, and that's a really nice wrinkle into tonight's game. The other thing, these nice long sustained drives. Robert Rubik is ready. Give Rob a microphone for a second. Can you say hi? Grab the wireless mic and give it to Rob. We'll do that. In addition to that, Tyler, Rob Rubik is here, so I'm just going to let him say hi. Hi, Rob. How you doing? Hold on. Let's get your mic up. There you go.
I've been watching them last few days, preparing for this game. Watch some film on West Bloom. Yeah, I got to hear the fellas do a great job.
Well, thank you very much. We love football, and we never played the game at the level you did. But it doesn't diminish our passion for what's going on out there.
And this has been a great game. It's been physical, but not chippy. The penalties have been minimal. Defenses are winning out right now, but I think at halftime some adjustments will be made, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more scoring. And I think West Bloomfield has to come out and throw on first down. We saw that in the last drive when they finally were able to move the ball a little bit. They came out and started, Coach Grice said, let's start throwing on first down. They had some success.
Well, they have, and Rick Nance hasn't been in the game. His timing off a little bit. Yeah. And sometimes you see quarterbacks who are trying to get back into the game overthrow a couple of passes. Yeah, he's had a little difficulty, missed a few.
He missed a couple, but boy, what surprised me how physical he's been in the run game.
He has.
He's a little chicken hawk, isn't he? He takes off and goes.
What's it like when you got a bad paw or you're coming off any injury? Aren't you just a little bit tentative?
When you play in the NFL, it's different, especially when I played. I mean, it didn't matter what you had that was hurt, what was broken. They didn't care back then. They just roll you back out and you play. Now it's a little bit different, but it does you favor a little bit. But I think once you get into the game, we saw Rick real early on one of his runs. I mean, he took off and tried to run the guy over, and I think right there showed me that he's not thinking about his finger at all.
Well, my friends, Rob Rubik is a class guy. Coming over, saying hello. Came over and said hello to Tyler at the beginning of the broadcast. Hey, I've been watching you I've been watching you on Civic Center TV doing those Laker games.
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of fun because we've got a good team. We've seen you guys 3 times this year and built a pretty good relationship with your crew. Awful nice of you to come by, Rob.
Well, and I'm going to have to go back to work. But Tyler, I appreciate you guys, too.
I appreciate you,
It's
Rob.
nice because I get to watch, and usually you're watching game film, but you don't get the commentary. But it's nice having the commentary because it helps you learn the names. And hearing you guys talk about your team, and you tell you're both big supporters of the Lakers.
Well, we are enthusiastic, and hopefully we'll have the result we're looking for in the second half. Rob, you're a good man. Thank you very much for coming over. Rob Rubik doing the game over on Bally Sports. We'll give them a little plug there for the second half. They've been great to us, and awful nice of him to come by and say hello. It is, honestly, a packed press box with sports celebrities. We got a lot of media guys here tonight and gals. And of course, Stoney always here doing the booth announcing and the PA announcing for the games. And old Tyler and I, we just come in and bring our radio gear and broadcast these games to you. But Tyler, it is a good opportunity to look back on this season, not only from a football standpoint, because we got a great product to call, but I just want to say thanks to the fans that have been so loyal to us all season long. We've made a lot of new friends this year, and as the popularity of the program has grown, our audience of these games have grown. We got thousands of people, including Rob Rubik, checking out our broadcasts on YouTube and Facebook and on Civic Center TV. So a good opportunity to say thank you to everyone tuning in tonight, and we appreciate, even without the video tonight, that you took an opportunity to tune in and listen. And when the Lakers get through the second half and come up with a big victory, and these guys are out covering another game next week, we'll get back into the video business, I promise you.
Yeah, plenty of people joining us each and every week online. Ernestina Moore saying, "Let's go Lakers." Smiling Crump, "Let's go Lakers." Touchdown, celebrating that Jaws TD earlier on. And Chris Bailey also joining in, saying, "Nice drive so far." That's early on in the game, and plenty of excited fans always providing additional commentary. You can do the same on the West Bloomfield School District Facebook page, on our YouTube page. Just search Civic Center TV 15, and of course, you can always join us on CivicCenterTV.com.
So, for those of you listening, the Lakers play in Division I in the MHSAA tournament, and Division I, the big schools. We are in a bracket that includes Detroit Cass Tech, Southfield A&T, and Troy. We didn't have the pleasure of seeing Troy during the regular season. We did see Southfield A&T, and I don't think we caught them on their best night. It was still a really good game. We're watching the Southfield A&T and Troy contest, and the winner of this one will get an opportunity to play the winner of that game. And then we might see some foes that we've seen throughout the season further on down the contest. Utica Eisenhower in the next adjoining bracket, Tyler, and then some of the other big teams out of the OAA are very well represented. Teams that we've seen throughout the season, very well represented in this tournament. Rochester Adams, Clarkston, Lake Orion, a lot of our teams making it and having a really good run into postseason this year. We wish them all the very best as they make their way through this tournament. Over in West Michigan, Rockford continues to be a powerhouse. They seem to go undefeated every year. They do also seem to have a little bit of a challenge competing with the teams on this side of the state when they get into the semifinals or the finals. But they are way atop of the bracket without losing a game all season long. And a lot of interesting football ahead of us. But, again, for the Lakers tonight, drawing a team like Cass Tech in the very first round of the tournament is a big challenge. And so far, Lakers doing a good job meeting that challenge, but we have a second half that all the people listening to us tonight, all the people watching Bally Sports, this packed press box, and by the way, about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 of our friends that have made their way to West Bloomfield High School and are enjoying the contest in person are about ready to see an excellent second half of football.
Yeah, limited number of tickets, sold out ball game here at West Bloomfield High School tonight. And of course, if you want to watch the game as well, Bally Sports Detroit is your resource for that. We're unable because of MHSAA rules and partnerships to continue on with our video broadcasts on Civic Center TV.
Throwing a couple of pictures up here throughout the night.
As many visuals as we can get you.
When I get time, I take the cell phone out there and take a snapshot, put it up on our live stream, and we hope you enjoy that. But again, a great second half. So let's talk about football here for a moment as we're about 3 minutes away from the second half. Adjustments that these teams need to make. I wonder if they have to do anything significant. If I'm If I'm Cass Tech in the locker room, what am I talking to my guys about, and what adjustments do I need to respond to the Lakers in the way they played the first half?
I mean, if I'm Cass Tech, I'm mostly looking to continue to shut down that wide receiver core, particularly in those short yardage routes. We've seen West Bloomfield switch over to that a little bit more in this game than we've seen in the past from WB. It's a team that loves to go to its weapons down the field. Certainly have the athleticism to do that with guys like DeAndre Hill, Deontay Pippen, certainly Samaj Morgan, but the Lakers being more apt to take those short yardage plays, get those in and out routes and those crossing routes involved tonight to move that ball up the field. And if you're Cass Tech, you're thinking you want to get in that backfield, get around the edges a little bit more, because as I said before this ball game, Dave, it's going to be one in the trenches, and it's pretty even in the interior of that.
You do that at some peril, though, because you come up to the line of scrimmage, and if you're playing 1-on-1, or even if you've got a little help in the secondary, you come up to the line of scrimmage nose to nose to Pippen or to Morgan. These guys can blow right by you. Yeah. And that's, I think, why Cass Tech has given them 3, 4, 5 yards. Good job by the coaching staff to see that and then run some short yardage, 4, 5, 6, 7 yards. You get that on first down, you take that all night. Lakers had done, I think, a really good job trying to maintain these long drives and keep Cass Tech off the field. Cass Tech, though, is going to get the ball in the second half, and I think most of the focus for West Bloomfield, offense will take care of itself. I think the Lakers got to focus everything they got defensively on stopping this team, and then that will create the offensive opportunities. Just do everything they can. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but Lakers did a good job in preventing long drives and first downs. I'm sure the first down totals definitely favored the Lakers in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, been back and forth in the trenches for these two teams. For every win that Cass Tech gets in the trenches offensively or defensively, West Bloomfield being able to match that. It's really been the difference for Cass Tech in their running game in particular has been the acceleration of Sean Hodges. He gets a little bit of an opening there in that offensive line, and he's just launching. Not necessarily the speediest guy, but, man, he picks that up real quick, and it's been a problem for the Lakers getting at him and preventing him from continuing to progress up the field when he gets to the second level.
Yeah, and the one thing that both of these teams need to be concerned about as they get into the second half, this has been a close game. It'll be a close game. You don't want to let another team get up 14 points on you, because 14 points is like 28 or 30 points in another game, right? And 14 points can force you to become one-dimensional and predictable offensively, and that could really be a problem. So the Lakers got to be cautious of that. Cass Tech's got a 3-point lead. They're going to come out with a ball, and they got to be careful. They don't let them sneak into like a 14 or 16 or 17-point lead. Lakers got to keep this game close, and if they keep this game close, something interesting could happen. And the one thing I really like, Tyler, I just love the fact that we're playing this thing at home tonight. And that's got to help the Lakers on some level.
Yeah, you talk about a home field advantage at all levels of football. Certainly has a much bigger impact in the college game and in the professional game, and maybe it does in high school, but those differences are made in the process. You're in familiar territory. You're able to start your day and continue through in environments that you're used to and that you're commonly practicing in, that you're getting familiar with throughout the season, and you don't have to deal with all the travel and all that, everything that you're thinking about in the background.
Sorry about that, Tyler. I apologize. Hit the wrong button. Go ahead.
And so it does have some sort of advantage. Maybe not the biggest advantage like you see from powerful crowds at the University of Michigan or at Michigan State or some of the blue blood programs like Alabama, but it's still going to have an impact, and every little advantage you can get is one you're going to want, especially when it comes playoff time in Division I. So here we are, Lakers approaching the second half, back on the field as Cass Tech came back out a few moments ago. 10-7 ball game here in West Bloomfield. Your radio broadcast is here, TV broadcast with Bally Sports. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the second half as Cass Tech will have the football. You're listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Have we gotten to the point where at some high school game that an official has finally had enough from coaches, players, and adults, pulls off the whistle, and offers it to you? Let's hope not. There's no way you could do a better job. It's on everyone to promote good sportsmanship. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
Welcome back. Second half set to get underway here in just a few moments at West Bloomfield High School. Currently in the first round, MHSAA playoffs, the West Bloomfield Lakers 7 at the half, visiting Cass Tech Technicians with 10 after a late field goal with 1 second remaining in the half from Sanchez Murillo, from George Sanchez Murillo, the sophomore kicker for Cass Tech. So close game, and Cass Tech, of course, going to get the ball to start the second half after West Bloomfield received the kickoff to begin the game. And so far, been very much a close battle, a battle of back and forth. West Bloomfield sustained drives on the offensive side, and Cass Tech, when they had that positive field in front of them, really been able to execute and take advantage of opportunities and the little tiny advantages they get from Laker mistakes and flags.
Well, the Lakers, they have won these big games when they've won them, led by their defense, creating offensive opportunities. Just the tradition around here. That's why I love having guys like Brandon Davis-Swain, who has been so imposing tonight, and is the kind of guy that can just start getting in your way. It gets to be a little aggravating. Keeps showing up in the backfield, disrupting plays. And then you got Samaj Morgan going up against these huge, tight ends. And, I didn't mean to call Samaj Morgan a little guy earlier in the game, but when you stack him up right next to us.
Going up against 6'5", 220 Kamari Anderson, everybody's little,
It looks a little. And, he plays defense, not only offense, but he plays defense incredibly well. But the one thing on top of all that, like I said last week, I think it's time, take and ride the horse that got you here. Samaj Morgan has not been a big factor in this game offensively. Continue to feed Samaj and Jaws and Pippen and Rick Nance in the second half, and I think the Lakers will be celebrating a victory at the end of the contest.
Yeah, well, they've been really effective offensively is throwing some of those short yardage passes where it's just a pinpoint from Rick Nance or pinpoint from Samaj to some of the guys in the middle of the field instead of looking so much down the field where Cass Tech, to their credit, been able to keep the pressure on the wide receivers and and even more so that defensive line, getting to the quarterback and forcing some errant throws so far. Second half, 12 minutes on the clock, 24 minutes remaining in this ball game. 10-7 is the score in favor of Cass Tech, and they will receive the kick from Ryan Krauthammer, the left-footed kicker at the 40-yard line on the right hash. Booming kick, going back about inside the 10, going to be recovered at the 9-yard line. It's going to go down to the 20, past the 20 to the 22, and wrapped up and taken down. A couple of Lakers get there off the return by Sean Hodges, and that is where Cass Tech will begin the first drive of this second half, up 3.
Lakers special teams. We don't talk enough about how good the Lakers special teams really are. And again, on that play, they really did a great job to make sure that Hodges, who is very fast, did not break around the perimeter and turn that into a big return. Great job by the Lakers to start off the second half.
7 seconds ticking off the clock on the kickoff. First down and 10 now for Cass Tech at their own 22-yard line. Leishawn Mumfield, the southpaw, in at quarterback. In the backfield with him is Hodges. 2 men to the left, single man to the right. Snap to Mumfield. Hands off to Hodges. Takes it around the right side and gets taken up, swallowed up by Samaj Morgan and company. Not going to get much of anything there on first down.
One of the reasons that Samaj Morgan can go do what he does is because he got big guys like Jeremiah Smith, this 6'1", 305 defensive tackle right in the middle of the defensive line, just taking up so much space, creating so much trouble that the other Lakers in the defense can go do their work.
Yeah, one of the best secondaries in run defense in the entire state from West Bloomfield. Samaj Morgan, Adrian Epps, Jameer Benjamin, Lorenzo Williams, all having excellent seasons in the run defense. Second down now and 10, 11 minutes to go in the third quarter for Cass Tech at the 21. Snap to Mumfield. Pocket collapsing, throws it down the field. He has Sadler open, and he's got it at the 47. On his feet at the 30, down to the 20, nothing but space, touchdown, Cass Tech. Big booming play early in the second half, and that's a big touchdown for the visiting technicians.
Well, unfortunately, Adrian Epps was the only guy back there to help. And, you know, there just wasn't any help other than Epps. And I'm not going to pick on Epps, but he was just coming back from his injury, and he's about 5 or 10 yards away from the receiver back in the safety position back there, Tyler, and just couldn't get in. There was no help beneath him at all.
Off the touchdown, 16-7 now the score. George Sanchez Murillo, the sophomore kicker, in for the PAT. Ball snapped low. Decent hold. Ball goes up. It is good. Now make it a 17-7 ball game in favor of Cass Tech with 10:51 in the third.
You know, when your safety is the only guy back there and he isn't getting any help from anybody else, it's just against someone so fast. Just can run right by Epps. And, you know, that's the same kind of thing we got on the other side of the ball with Samaj Morgan, you know, and Pippin. These guys, these receivers, we're facing a team that has as capable of a receiving corps as we do in West Bloomfield. Now the Lakers need to respond. This thing could turn into a barn burner here in the second half, Tyler. Lakers need to respond because we talked about it right before halftime. You got to come back and score here. You don't want to get down 2-3 scores to this team and then become one-dimensional offensively.
Sadler, the freshman for Cass Tech, his 25th touchdown overall on the season there off of that catch. It's now 17-7. 1:09 rolls off the clock on that first drive of the second half for Cass Tech. They'll kick this ball off on the right hash at the 40-yard line to the West Bloomfield Lakers. Back is Samaj Morgan and Blaze Rowe. Morgan lined up at the 17-yard line. Blaze to his left, lined up at the 15. Cass Tech still talking this one over. Whistle blows. Sanchez Murillo will get ready to kick this one off at the 40-yard line. 10:51 to play in the third quarter. 17-7 in favor of the technicians at West Bloomfield High School in round one of the MHSAA Division I playoffs. Kickoff right to left to the West Bloomfield Lakers. It's a bouncer going at the 45. Onside kick, and Cass Tech has it. They lined up like they were doing something special, and Sanchez Murillo pulls it off. A nice bouncer. Gets to the 45-yard line in West Bloomfield territory, and Cass Tech right on top of that.
Yeah,
well designed, well executed.
Trenton Allison, the only one in the neighborhood, and he just could not contain the ball, and Cass Tech played it really well. We're watching the replay right now on Bally. Trenton Allison right there, but the ball takes a really unusual bounce. And Cass Tech came on. Yeah, he did.
Had it in his hand, got hit hard as the ball was high. That's something I think the Lakers just did not quite have the foresight to see coming. I mean, Sanchez Murillo was lined up, looking to his right, and went back like it was a regular kick, well executed. First down and 10 now at the Laker 45 for Leishawn Mumfield. Takes the snap, looking down the field again. Throwing another pass to Sadler, down to 5, intercepted out of his hands. Oh, man. Adrian Epps had that in his hands, about to make a big play, and it just bounced out at the 5.
You know, and you love to see a safety come all the way across the field on one of these really long, vulnerable, big passes down the field. The only way this quarterback can throw the ball that far is to loft it. And look at Epps. He's the other hash on the opposite side of the field, able to come all the way across the field and make a great defensive play and almost come up with an unbelievable interception.
The Western Michigan offered Jameer Benjamin on the pressure there on Corey Sadler, right there with him. Second down and 10, 10:42 to go in the third quarter, 17-7 ball game, and Cass Tech has the ball. Snap to Mumfield, hands it off to Hodges, gets a break at the 40, still on his feet, tons of time, tons of space, gets down to the 25-yard line, first down and more for Cass Tech again. Sean Hodges gets through the offensive line, gets a little bit of a hole, turns on the afterburners, and makes a huge run for Cass Tech.
Lakers doing a good job at least putting speed at speed. Pippen right there. Pippen's not there to respond and come over from his corner position and apply all of his speed. That's going to be a Cass Tech touchdown.
Cass Tech again moving up the field. Now at the Laker 24-yard line. First down and 10 with 10 to go in the third. And they're up 10, 17-7 in favor of the Technicians. Mumfield in the gun. Hodges to his left, snapping a handoff to Hodges. Delays, runs up the middle, gets a good break at the 15. Still on his feet at the 10. Getting tackled by Samaj. Will give him forward progress and call him down about the 9-yard line. Another big run for Sean Hodges in the Cass Tech number 2.
Well, it looks like it's going to be another first down, too.
Yeah,
Clock is rolling.
9:44 to go in the third quarter. 17-7 ball game in favor of the Technicians, visiting from Detroit tonight here in West Bloomfield. Cass Tech talking it over. Leishawn Mumfield, the senior southpaw, their quarterback. Sean Hodges having a big game in the backfield. He's got those breaks at the O-line. When they got those wins in the trenches, Sean Hodges making plays tonight for Cass Tech.
First and goal, Cass Tech at the Laker 9.
At the Laker 9-yard line. First down and goal. Mumfield in the shotgun. One man in the backfield with him is Cameron Summerroar. Twins left, snapping a handoff to Summerroar. Delays, goes around the edge, has space, has time, gets in the end zone. Touchdown, Cass Tech. Cameron Summerroar, his third touch on the night, and gets in the end zone. Now 23-7 ball game in favor of Cass Tech, capitalizing on a Laker mistake on that onside kick.
Well, Tyler, I hate to say that I looked at my crystal ball and saw a little bit of this coming. Cass Tech has been very potent. Lakers need to be careful here. We'll get the extra point here, and then we'll talk about it in just a minute rather than take a break.
George Sanchez Murillo, the sophomore, in for the PAT. Snap and hold is good. Kick is up, kick is good. And now 24 points for the Technicians of Cass Tech, 7 points for the Lakers, 9:03 to go in the third quarter.
Two big scores there very quickly, Tyler, for Cass Tech in the second half. Fortunately, there's no need to panic. Still plenty of time, but the Lakers cannot let them do that again. Lakers cannot be, they don't want to become one-dimensional offensively. But let's remember, Cass Tech has decided to open up this game. They got some speedy receivers, and they've been able to be very effective in the second half. Lakers have some big play receivers, too, and they got a great quarterback that can throw the ball. This thing can turn into a shootout, and let's hope that's what happens over the next 10 minutes.
Lakers down 17, still plenty of time left in this ball game. 9:03 left in the third quarter, and West Bloomfield will have their first.
Listen, don't freak out, fans.
No.
I don't see this turning into like one of those Belleville 55-0 victories, really. I don't see Cass Tech running away from the Lakers here. They had a really good strategy with that onside kick. They had some momentum. They probably saw something they thought the Lakers could deal with, or that they could deal with the Lakers. Now, Lakers got to be careful. They could try to do that again. You just can't give them the ball back. Lakers need to get an offensive stand here, get a couple of points on the board, get back on top of their skis, Tyler, as we like to say.
March up the field, give your defense a little bit of time to catch their breath after two consecutive defensive drives. Cass Tech coming into this game winning 5 straight. The wins against teams like Mumford, Martin Luther King a couple weeks ago, Brother Rice last week. Key games earlier on in the season, Southfield A&T, a loss 56-54 in overtime. That game that took, of course, 2 days to complete. And a loss to Dante Moore, the Oregon-bound quarterback, in week 4 of the season, 28-23. The team they later on beat. And now tonight, taking care of business so far against West Bloomfield. A little bit of a track meet here to start the second half as they're looking down the field, going for the big plays, and able to capitalize so far. Some very nice throws from Leishawn Mumfield. Corey Sadler, the freshman, making some big plays. And that onside kick that was recovered earlier by Derek Jackson III, the sophomore defensive back and the special teams. A key play. Strenton Allison had it in his hands, got hit, put the ball high, knocked it out, and Cass Tech able to get that onside kick. So now, the Lakers looking a little bit more toward any trickery now as Cass Tech lines up again at the right hash at the 40-yard line. George Sanchez Murillo, the kicker. Samaj Morgan and Bryce Rowe back deep for the Lakers, both at about the 20-yard line. Sanchez Murillo with 9:03 to go in the third, up 24-7 is Cass Tech. Sanchez Murillo, this time it is a kick. It's a low one, going to land at the 40-yard line, going to be recovered. He'll just dive on it. It's Caleb Caudle, and Lakers will start at the 35-yard line in their territory.
Well, in basketball, you remember the Jordan rules, right? You do everything you can to keep Michael Jordan from winning the game. And that's what they're doing to Samaj Morgan tonight, and wisely so. Let's make sure we put double coverage on him when he's going out for a pass. Let's cover him tight, and let's definitely not give him the ball for a kickoff return.
I think that's more just keeping those up men on their toes. You got away with it once, maybe you'll get away with it twice. Not the case. Lakers will begin this at their 36-yard line, first down and 10. 9:01 to play in the third. Nance, the quarterback. Jaws, the running back, to his right. Drips to the left in a bunch formation. Snap to Nance, looks out to his left, gets it to Morgan at the 32. Morgan still on his feet, pushing forward, 35, going to get a loss of 1 with forward progress. And it'll be second down. Cass Tech, all eyes on Samaj Morgan. They're right there to prevent any play there off the screen pass.
That play takes a little bit of time to develop for the Lakers. And not really a big surprise. They've seen that screen in the on the tapes, and Lakers not able to make that screen work tonight.
Want to see video of the game? It's Bally Sports here, your hometown radio call for the Lakers, 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV. More information on the Lakers all throughout the season, CivicCenterTV.com/LakersSports. Second down and 11 for the L Boys, 8:14 to go in the third quarter. Morgan, the running back, Nance, the quarterback. Snap to Nance, pocket breaks, rolls out to his right at the 30, at the 35, 40. Still on his feet at the 45, at the 50. Big hit! Oh, man, and a high hit. Flags go up at the 49-yard line. First down and more for the Lakers and Rick Nance. But he got hit hard and he got hit high. We'll see what this call will be.
Personal foul.
Going to be a personal foul.
Defense.
Wow, they give that a targeting call. Knew it was going to be a personal foul for that high hit. They call it targeting as Rick Nance got hit in the head there at the 49-yard line. Going to bring the Lakers up well into the territory of Cass Tech. As Rick Nance, again, not afraid to be physical tonight. Puts his shoulder down and gets hit high near the sideline. First down and 10 for the L Boys. At the 35-yard line on the right hash of Cass Tech. Quarterback Rick Nance, one man in the backfield is Jaws. Whistle blows.
Timeout, Cass Tech.
And Cass Tech calls for a timeout. Regroup here after the big penalty and a big play by West Bloomfield. Get your defense situated and prevent West Bloomfield from capitalizing on this positive territory.
You think Cass Tech is concerned about the momentum shifting a little bit to the Lakers right here?
Yeah, a little bit. You slow this offense down. Don't let them get that momentum. Take them off their rhythm a little bit as they make the big play there, and regroup after a penalty, an unfortunate penalty that may raise some emotions and get people a little bit too pumped up.
I'm just amazed at the play of Rick Nance tonight. As we were talking to Rob Rubik, guys played in the NFL right down here in the press box, called on the game of Bally tonight, and we asked him, hey, aren't you a little bit cautious after an injury? If that's the conventional thing in the NFL, it's certainly not the conventional thing with Rick Nance here tonight. He's just going for it, broken wing or not.
After the targeting on Alex Graham, first down and 10 for the Lakers at the 35 of Cass Tech. Snapping a handoff to Jaws. Pushing forward to about the 31-yard line. Going to get a gain of 4 on first down.
See, there's still plenty of time in this game where the Lakers don't need to worry about, running the ball right up the gut. They got all the time in the world, and that's going to open up other aspects of the game.
And it's not been typical of Cass Tech tonight to really be trying to sustain those drives and take time off the clock, so not really too worried about them milking the clock with a 17-point lead either, inch your way back. Second down and 6 for the L Boys. Rick Nance, the quarterback, Jaws in the backfield with him. Morgan split out to the left. Not 1, not 2, but 4. Lakers to the right. Snap to Nance. Getting chased. Looking to his right. Throws down the field. Looking for Josh Tate in his hands and out. Graham has it. Are they going to call an interception?
No.
They
do.
They are calling it. They said Graham landed in bounds. His second interception on the night. Picks it off deep in Laker territory. That one really close. Bobbled out of the hands of Joshua Tate. And then caught by Alex Graham. just did enough heads-up play by the sophomore defensive back to land in bounds after that throw. Had Tate, it's a one-on-one, and man, he just barely had it. Alex Graham got up there just a little bit in front of Josh Tate, had the ball in his hands and got his foot on the ground, inches away. Very clean. I mean, just an excellent technical play in the secondary for Alex Graham. His second pickoff of the night on the Lakers, and this will start Cass Tech now at the Laker 3-yard line, up 24-7 with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Cass Tech back on the field, huddled up in the Laker end zone on the right side. First down and 10. LeSean Mumfield, the southpaw, in the quarterback. In the shotgun, Sean Hodges, the running back, in the backfield. 2 out to the left, 1 to the right. Snapping a handoff to Hodges. Takes it, getting forced back. And it'll be forced back a couple of yards on first down. Lakers moving them back toward the end zone. It's going to be second down and 12 now. Loss of 2 on first down puts Cass Tech at the Laker 1-yard line with 6:40 to go in the third, up 24-7 for Cass Tech. The tackle there, Montel Johnson, having another nice game for the Lakers. Aggressive, making tackles, making supporting plays at the second level. Another big night for Montel Johnson. Also received an offer this week from Central Michigan alongside Bryce Rowe. Second and 12 now at the 1-yard line for Cass Tech. Mumfield in the gun. 1 man in the backfield, 2 split out to the right. Snapping a handoff. No, it's a fake handoff, and it's thrown outside, caught, and then tackled. That play going to Elijah Jordan, a tackle by Adrian Epps. That'll move Cass Tech up around the 10-yard line for third down.
Big physical tackle by Epps, much to the appreciation of the Laker partisans here tonight. They like to see him. He probably like to make that tackle. He's been beat a couple of times tonight. Nice to make that play, setting up this critical third down for the Laker defense.
Ball at the 9-yard line. Going to be third down and 4 for Cass Tech. LeSean Mumfield in the shotgun. Actually lined up now in the pistol with Sean Hodges behind him. 2 out to the right, single man out to the left. 24-7 in favor of Cass Tech. Man in motion is Hodges, snapping a handoff. Hodges actually up the middle, still got time, got all the space in the world. Sean Hodges again at the 40, at the 30, at the 20, slows down at the 15 and marches right back into the end zone. Touchdown, Cass Tech.
Well, the Lakers were all bunched up. You know, Cass Tech was running that bunch offense there, and the Lakers were all bunched up. And just like we saw Donovan Edwards do a couple of times last time Michigan played against Penn State, you get through that initial line when you're bringing all that pressure, and there's no safety help, and there's 6.
30-7 now the score here at West Bloomfield High School in the third quarter. George Sanchez Murillo will come in for the PAT with 5:12 to go in the third. Hodges again getting in the end zone, or getting up the field, this time getting in the end zone. The other touchdowns tonight, Mumfree, Sadler, Summerroar, and Sanchez Murillo. The extra point is good for Sanchez Murillo. Score is now 31 for Cass Tech and 7 for West Bloomfield with a little over 5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Well, Tyler, this game is not over yet, but I got to say, Cass Tech is the best team we've seen all year long, and one of the better teams we've seen since we've been doing these games. Very effective. They have all the speed the Lakers have, and obviously have the ability to win battles in the trenches. And they weren't doing it at the outset, but they certainly coming out strong here since halftime.
Yeah, since halftime, West Bloomfield being outscored, no points for West Bloomfield at all this half, 21-0 in just under 7 minutes so far in favor of Cass Tech. Now up 31-7. They'll kick it off once again for the third time. They'll kick it off this half to West Bloomfield High School. George Sanchez Murillo will line this ball up right hash at the 40-yard line, going from right to left. And again, Samaj Morgan and Bryce Rowe lined up at the 15-yard line on the left side. Cass Tech again talking this one over, deliberating what exactly they're going to do. I don't imagine they're going to kick this one off. Sanchez Murillo again looking like he's trying to go for an onside kick. Wouldn't be surprised if that's just a decoy. He's going to try to throw off some of the up men. Now lining up for a traditional kick. That's what he did on the last onside. Approaching the football, Sanchez Murillo. He squibs it up the middle. Recovered at the 27-yard line. Still on his feet, it's Ralph Rogers, dives out, ball's loose! Cass Tech's gonna have it at the 48-yard line. First down, Cass Tech again. Another mistake by the West Bloomfield Lakers and another recovery for Cass Tech. Now that's not going to be what happens. Referees giving West Bloomfield a little bit of a break there. Calling Ralph Rogers down by contact. West Bloomfield's offense will come out on the field now.
Well, he hesitated there for a moment.
Yeah.
We'll watch the replay, and actually,
that ball's loose before
it was loose. So that definitely was a break for West Bloomfield.
Definitely a lucky call for West Bloomfield. That ball popped out as Rogers is falling down, trying to dive forward. Big hit in between his left arm and where he had that ball pocketed. But West Bloomfield's going to get the ball now. 5:05 to go in the third quarter, down 31-7 to visiting Cass Tech. Rick Nance, the quarterback. Jaws, the running back, trips right for West Bloomfield. Snap to Nance, going to take a quick drop. Looking down the field, now he's going to advance up the pocket. Still looking, running toward the sideline. And dishes this play. Tackled at the 39.
Yeah, but tackled out of bounds, Tyler.
Chase Parker going to get called for that.
Yeah, no
Late
question
hit.
about it.
It's Nance advancing out of bounds.
Defense.
Yeah.
15-yard penalty.
Actually going to be called a face mask. I mean, it was clean. Nance was still in bounds when that tackle was initiated. Not quite the late hit, but Chase Parker grabbing on that face mask.
Could have gone either way, but that's certainly a better break for the Lakers.
Yeah, it was close at the sideline, but definitely got a hold of that face mask. Again, going to advance West Bloomfield up into Cass Tech territory. On their last drive, the same thing happened on a penalty, on a personal foul, and the Lakers threw an interception. Alex Graham recovering at the 5. First down and 10. Nance in the shotgun. Takes the snap, looking down the field, rolls outside, back in the pocket, launching it up the field to Morgan, and it is broken up. Had Morgan there, but good pressure at the last second there to break that up. Matthew Nickens, the senior defensive back, gets physical, puts his shoulder in there, gets in front of Samaj Morgan, and prevents that pass from being completed. Now it's going to be with 4:44 to go in the third quarter. Second down for West Bloomfield. Morgan and Pippin out to the right side. Jaws, DeAndre Hill, and one more guy will be out wide for West Bloomfield. Nance in the shotgun, ball at the 48. Snap to Nance. Looking down the field again, looking to launch. Now rolls outside the pocket. Quick pass to Pippin at the 38-yard line. And a good pass for West Bloomfield. Pippin steps out of bounds, going to be third down and 2.
We talked about this a little earlier. You began to become one-dimensional, and then, Cass Tech's going to bring the house. Lots of pressure on every play, and of course, the quarterback doing a great job dealing with that pressure.
Referee is going to blow the whistle now. With 4:07 to go in the third. To adjust the clock. Pippin was out of bounds on that play. Clock continued to roll, so going to reset at the 4:23 on third down and 1. 1 yard to go for the first down for West Bloomfield. Of a penalty a couple plays ago that got into Cass Tech territory. The ball now at the 38-yard line, right hash. Rick Nance in the shotgun, nobody in the backfield. Nance and Pippin to the right. Jaws, Ralph Rogers, DeAndre Hill out to the left. Snap to Nance, going to take it up the middle, gets the first down and more. On his feet, nothing but time. Got space at the 5, into the end zone, touchdown WB. Rick Nance, the quarterback, takes one out of Cass Tech's book, up the middle, gets an opening, and takes it to the house.
They've been bringing all this pressure from the defensive ends, and they didn't protect the middle of the defensive line. Nance saw that. I don't know whether that was a design play or he just saw the opportunity and all that green in front of him. Either way, a critical touchdown for the Lakers.
Center Dallin Henry, the key block there, opening up that hole for Rick Nance, securing that space. Nance using his speed. Met at the end there. Matthew Nickens, Alex Graham on the chase. Almost had him. A nice physical play at the end by Graham, but Nance had that space, had that progress. Got tackled, but got tackled in the end zone. Lakers going for 2. It's Jaws in the Wildcat. Whistle blows, likely a timeout called by Cass Tech. That's exactly what they want to do. Lakers going for 2 here, might as well. down 18 points. 13 points for the Lakers, 31 for the Technicians with 4:16 to go in the third.
You know, you're the Cass Tech coaching staff. You got to be a little frustrated. Yes, everything has been going great, but 2 big penalties on the last 2 drives, giving the Lakers 15 extra yards on each drive. Unfortunately, Lakers not able to capitalize on it last time, but you can't give a team that's struggling offensively an extra 15 yards anywhere on the field. They're going to get momentum, and that's all the Lakers needed, that big penalty, and then a couple of things to go their way, including a tough call by the officials on that one. A lot of things going the Lakers' way. They come up with the 6 points.
Lakers talking over that 2-point conversion in the huddle as the Cass Tech timeout comes to a close. Rick Nance coming off the field, DeAndre Hill, Brody Pecor coming in. Jaws, of course, going to be the quarterback in the Wildcat. Lakers lining up for 2. Down 18. It's a 13-31 game in favor of the visiting Technicians. 4:15 to go in the third quarter here. At the 3-yard line. Jaws actually lined up at quarterback with Pecor, the running back, not in that bunch formation, that Wildcat. Snaps to Jaws, hands it up to Morgan, gets around the side, looking for the pass, across the field, overthrown, incomplete. That's not going to be good. Ball there intended outside for what looked like Ralph Rogers, and it'll remain 13-31 in favor of Cass Tech.
Well, it was a well-designed play, just didn't work out. The Lakers wanted to try a little bit of trickery. Samaj Morgan has got a great arm, but it was well defended by Cass Tech. And the Lakers don't get the 2-point conversion. But you know what? The big question right now, Tyler, is whether or not the Lakers are discouraged or whether the Lakers can really come back. Defense got a little break there, okay? I mean, they were on the field almost nonstop for all of the third quarter. Now a nice little offensive drive, television timeout here, another little timeout earlier, and the Lakers get a nice little break. There's still plenty of time left, especially for a high-powered offense like West Bloomfield. But the Laker defense has to stand up here. They can't allow Cass Tech just to go ripping off 60, 70 yards on a play.
13 points for West Bloomfield now, 31 for Cass Tech with 4:10 to go in the third quarter. And not a whole lot of time came off the clock on that West Bloomfield drive. Not a whole lot of time came off the clock on the last few drives for Cass Tech. That not so much a benefit, of course, for West Bloomfield, considering they made their way in the end zone on each and every one of those drives. But if West Bloomfield's able to make a stop here, keep this in the third quarter, and get down the field for one of those more signature quick scores, it's a little bit more interesting as you put 12 minutes on the clock going into the fourth.
Yeah, I don't see West Bloomfield resorting to some of the razzle-dazzle that Cass Tech has been doing with their kicking game, for example. Lakers are kicking off, and the defense needs to stand tall. The Lakers are able to shut down Cass Tech virtually most of the first half. They got to figure out what adjustments Cass Tech has made and see what they can do to slow them down a little bit. Clearly, the Lakers offensively are in pretty good shape.
Yeah, been able to execute offensively. A couple of those mistakes on those interceptions, those bomb passes down the field, that's really been more of a credit, I would say, to this Cass Tech secondary, getting in front of those targets, following those footballs, and coming down with those catches and breaking up key plays for this West Bloomfield Lakers offense. So now Cass Tech going to come back out on the field, and West Bloomfield as well. They'll kick the ball off after the failed 2-point conversion and the touchdown from Rick Nance. Ryan Krauthammer lining this ball up, this time at the left hash at the 40-yard line. It's Cass Tech going to have 3 guys back to receive this. Javen Sewell, Corey Sadler Jr. among them. Krauthammer, short kick, and he land about the 25. Bounces in favor of West Bloomfield. Recovered at the 25-yard line by Sewell. Takes it at the 25 to the 26-yard line, maybe the 27. The Lakers catch up. Rock Harris on the tackle. He's all pumped up.
Hey, neither of these teams want to kick to their amazing receivers way down at the 5, 10, 15-yard line. Just too big of a threat. We've seen it all night long. There is so much speed on this field. It's been a track meet all night long. Good job by the Lakers special team. Now let's see what the defense can do, Tyler.
Statement series here indeed for the Lakers. Down 13-31. Cass Tech able to get in the end zone every time they've touched the ball so far this half. LeSean Mumfield, the Southpaw senior, in at quarterback. Sean Hodges, the running back. Twins left, single man to the right for Cass Tech. Jordan in motion, snapping a handoff and a jet sweep to Jordan. At the 25, gets out to the 30, still on his feet. Approaching the 35 and pushed out at the 34-yard line. Nice gainer on first down.
Jameer Benjamin on the tackle.
Well, Benjamin had to get all the way out, and a 5 or 6 yard gainer. Pretty successful jet sweep. Exactly what you want to make happen on first down. Get a big chunk, and then that opens up the playbook for all kinds of bad things that could happen to West Bloomfield here. Defense needs to stand tall.
You talk about the competition on Saturday between Michigan State and Michigan.
Sure.
Also in competition for Jameer Benjamin, both of those in his narrowed down top 10 schools he announced this week among his many offers. 2nd and 4 for Cass Tech, 3:20 in the third. Snap to Mumfield, hand off to Hodges, and immediately met in the backfield by Gabriel. It's a fake. Great fake by Mumfield. He takes that ball up to about the 39-yard line, going to advance the chains for a first down. Executed that option perfectly. It confused the cameramen for Valley Sports, confused the radio broadcasters here for West Bloomfield as Mumfield's able to take that read to the last second. Gabriel pinches from the right side of the defensive line, and that's where Mumfield decided, I'm pulling that ball, I'm taking that space.
He confused everybody but Samaj Morgan, who read that play, got a bunch of shirt, and stopped it from being a big gainer.
Nonetheless, first down and 10 now for Cass Tech. At the Laker 37, snap to Mumfield, hands it off to Hodges, takes it around the right side. This time going to be met by Jonathan Gabriel, a couple other Lakers. Short gainer on first down, set up second with about 2.5 and counting to play in the third.
Really nice tackle on that play by Darian Hicks, the junior safety, able to get in on the blitz in the backfield and stop that drive right there.
Hicks, one of those guys stepping up over the last few weeks with Adrian Epps down, even before that with Lorenzo Williams not in the game. Boogie now back in the secondary as well as Adrian Epps. 2nd down and 10, 2 minutes to go in the third. Cass Tech 31, West Bloomfield 13. Mumfield in the gun. Twins to the left, one man in the backfield. In motion's Elijah Jordan, snap by Mumfield. Gonna hand that ball off, gonna get met at the 40. And a tackle on 2nd down, going to set up third. The runner there, Cameron Summeror, the sophomore running back and linebacker, 6', 205 for the Technicians.
Coming up off the bottom of the pile, the linebacker for the Lakers, Montel Johnson, the big 6'4", 225-pounder, coming up with a critical tackle there.
Under 90 seconds to play in the third quarter. Big third down coming up for WB on the defensive side. Down 18 points, 31 for Cass Tech, 13 for the Lakers. At the Cass Tech 40-yard line on the right hash. Mumfield lined up in the shotgun. Hodges behind him. Twins left for Cass Tech. Jordan in motion from the left. Snapping a handoff to Hodges. Met in the backfield by Davis. He breaks away, gets a few yards. Not going to get the first down, though. Going to set up a 4th down off that tackle by Darian Hicks again.
You know, nice job by the Lakers. Slowed down, that whole play, slowed down by the penetration of the Laker junior defensive lineman, Xavier Davis. Right in there, big guy just makes everything happen defensively on that play.
And with this offensive line, open up these holes, this running game looking to use their speed to their advantage and make those big breakout runs. Lakers a little bit more tentative, being aggressive at the defensive line. And it's working out for them there. 25 seconds to go in the third quarter. Mumfield going to punt this ball off for Cass Tech. Ball at the 44, snap and a kick. It's a boomer going to land inside the 30 at the 25. Fair catch at the sideline for Adrian Epps, and that's where the Lakers will start this drive with 11 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Well, the Lakers can get, I mean, you could do the math. I hate to just sit here and do math, Tyler. I know that's not the most illuminating color. But, you know, it's not a bad thing to do here for a moment. And Lakers can get 7 here. And this game is within reach, especially the slow pace this game is playing. I do like what Southfield. I do like what Cass Tech did there, though, on that last drive. Yeah, they went conservative. They kept the ball on the ground. They ran it up the center. But they took a bunch of time off the clock. They've not been doing that on their previous drives.
Final score, Northern Oakland County, 49 points for the Highlanders of Rochester Adams against their OAA red foe Lake Orion with 35. Advancing the first round. Belleville also advancing over Woodhaven 48-0.
Good job, Lake Orion, putting up 35 on Adams tonight.
First down and 10 for the Lakers at the 24-yard line. Nance in the shotgun. Jaws in the backfield with him alongside Ralph Rogers. Snap to Nance, getting in a nice little pocket, looking down the field, looking for more, looking for Pippin, and again intercepted. Corey Sadler pulls that down. They're going to give it to him at the 49. A celebration on the sideline trips up the referee. Now a flag on the field.
Well, I think I think it's going to be after the play.
It is going to be after the play. We saw sideline, guy running down the sideline there for Cass Tech and just
takes out the referee. Yeah.
Again, just a heads-up play to get those feet down as Corey Sadler Jr., the freshman this time.
Was an interception.
They are going to call it an interception, third of the game.
Sideline interference on the defense. 15-yard penalty.
That'll set Cass Tech back 15 yards on the interception, and with 3 seconds to go in the third quarter, that'll set up another offensive drive off a turnover for the Technicians. They'll go into the fourth quarter barring a big play with 3 seconds left in the third, and we can't count that out. 31-13 lead in favor of Cass Tech, the visiting squad tonight. Lakers lined up on the field, the defense already out there. Cass Tech still in the huddle. This ball going to be lined up at the 39-yard line. Right hash, first down. My apologies, 34-yard line. With 3 seconds to go in the third quarter. First and 10, Cass Tech. Mumfield going to line up in the shotgun. Sean Hodges just out to his left, twins to the left for Cass Tech. Elijah Jordan in motion, snapping a handoff to Hodges, tries to break out of the outside, tripped up by Jonathan Gabriel, tackled by Rob Harris, and now a little bit of a scuffle there between Amir Herring along the D lineman. That'll end the third quarter. Not much gain. We'll take a break here. Lakers down 13-31 against Cass Tech. We'll come back with the fourth in a moment. You're listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Here are 5 good reasons for high school multi-sport participation. Fewer overuse injuries, less opportunity for emotional burnout, exposure to different kids and coaches, exposure to different roles, and learning to compete better. Being a multi-sport participant can help a kid become a more well-rounded person. Multi-sport participation is cross-training for life. Learn more at the MHSAA website. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register.
Welcome back to Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV. We're streaming there. Also, the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page. Find us on YouTube tonight. We are all over the internet, and the Lakers need to be all over this fourth quarter here, Tyler. They're trailing by a bunch. You got the opposite numbers on the scoreboard. You got a 3 and a 1 and a 1 and a 3. Lakers had the 1 and the 3. And, they don't look demoralized out there. They've just got 12 minutes of business to do, and the L-Boys, as you like to call them, can work their way back into this contest. What you don't want to do, regardless of the result, is let Cass Tech roll here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, down 18 points, still manageable with 12 minutes remaining. Cass Tech not exactly taking a ton of time off the clock on their offensive drives, and the West Bloomfield, being able to sustain those drives, move up the field. The problem's been those turnovers. They got to keep progressing up the field now. 12 minutes left in this game. You're down 3 scores. Not quite going to have that kind of a luxury, but still very much in this game. They're able to execute here in the fourth. Cass Tech will have the ball here. As they flip sides to begin the final quarter of action here in regulation at West Bloomfield High School. Ball at the 34-yard line on the right hash for the Technicians in Technician territory. So West Bloomfield and Cass Tech continue to talk this over. Of course, a little bit more protracted delays tonight.
We got TV here.
TV.
Tyler, one of the problems, a little bit of an Achilles heel for the Lakers tonight has been the fact that they got behind. Now they got to go to their passing game, their long passing game. And, Rick Nance has not been in a game for 3-4 weeks. He's playing with an injured left wing, and he's had to throw a lot of these passes that would have a lot more juice on them. Tonight, they've been a little bit, I don't want to say lofty, but he normally throws a 50-yard pass on a bead, and tonight they're a little bit more for grabs. And then you then could compound it. You got Cass Tech, who's just got a lightning fast secondary.
Yeah, I mean, even beyond that, it's just been the secondary for Cass Tech that's really been the difference maker on those plays. They've not necessarily all been terrible passes or uncatchable balls. It's just really been excellent execution in the secondary for these defensive backs and safeties. 12 minutes to go. First down and 10. 31 for Cass Tech, 13 for the Lakers at the 34. Mumfield the snap, delays that handoff to Hodges, breaks outside the tackles at the 40 now, gets to the line again and gets out of bounds. It's going to be a first down for Cass Tech to move the chains. Again, Sean Hodges getting a little bit of a burst of energy, acceleration in play, gets out of bounds and advances that ball up the field. Ball now at the 43-yard line of Cass Tech. 11:45 to play in this ball game. Cass Tech 13 points. Cass Tech 31 points. West Bloomfield 13. First down and 10. Mumfield in the gun. One man in the backfield with him. And twins to the left. Snap to Mumfield. Hands it off to Hodges. Marching up the field. Gets past the 50. Down about the 44-yard line. And again, going to advance the chains. First down.
Yeah, it's a tough combination for the Lakers when Cass Tech can keep the ball on the ground but get these big chunks of yardage, 5, 6, 7 yards. Laker defensive line, they're standing there. You don't like to see this. The defensive linemen are standing there with their hands on their hips. They're getting tired. They spent a lot. The defense has spent a lot of time in the field in the second half.
11 minutes to play here in West Bloomfield, and Cass Tech again in West Bloomfield territory. Ball now at the 46-yard line of the Lakers. Mumfield in the shotguns. Summerall in the backfield with them. Twins to the right. Snap to Mumfield. Hands that ball off. Tries to. It's broken up. Mumfield comes up with it off the fumble. It bounces right back in his hands. He's hit by Rob Harris, but sustains the football and moves that up a little bit for second down.
Yeah, finally the tackle there by Jeremiah Smith. But football's such an unusual game because you really never know what's going to happen because of the shape of the ball. Sometimes it works against you. Sometimes the ball hits the ground and pops right back in your hands. That was one of those times.
And Mumfield, one of those quarterbacks in these option plays that's really keen to hold that ball as long as possible. Read those linebackers and those edge rushers there. A little bit of a drawback as Summerall had quite the handle on it. It popped the ball out, but they're able to recover. Second down now and 7 for the Cass Tech technicians. Mumfield again lined up at quarterback in the shotgun. Summerall to his left. In motion now to the other side is Javen Sewell. Out wide is Alex Graham to the right and Corey Sadler Jr. to the left. Snap to Mumfield. Got a nice pocket. Looking down the field to Sadler. Over his head. Intercepted by the L-Boys. Here he comes, Adrian Epps. Gets to the sideline, out about the 45-yard line. This time the Lakers come up with the football on a turnover.
Yeah, that was just terribly overthrown, and Epps just had a bead on it. You could see it. He is very fast. We've seen him try to recover. We almost got that other interception when he ran from the far hash. This time, he runs all the way across the field and comes up with a long ball and a nice return for Adrian Epps.
Yeah, a little bit of a collision down the field between the wide receiver and one of the Laker defensive backs. Set that up for the safety, Adrian Epps. Also a great center fielder here in the spring for West Bloomfield on the baseball diamond just off to our east over here.
I believe it.
First down and 10 for the Lakers now. Nance in the shotgun at the 45. Snap, throws outside the Morgan. Caught at the 41. Advances to the 45, pushing up the field, past the 50, still on his feet, fighting for it to the 45. Samaj Morgan puts his head down and fights in the Cass Tech territory. They'll move the chains. First down, WB.
You know, that's more than just a great job by Samaj. It's a sign from the leader of this team that we ain't done yet. There's some work left to be done. Let's go, Lakers.
First down and 10 for WB at the 45 of Cass Tech. Nance, empty backfield. Snap, going to take it up the middle. Gets a nice block to the 45, down about the 43-yard line. Still advancing. Gets down to the 41. Lakers fighting for it late in these plays. Pushing forward, keeping those legs chopping. They know what they got to do. They got to get up the field. They got to get in the end zone and fight back in this. 8:45 to play in the ball game. Cass Tech up 31-13. They're hurrying this ball up. Rick Nance in the shotgun. Ball at the 36-yard line of Cass Tech. Trips right for the Lakers. Twins left. Nobody in the backfield. The snap to Nance. Looking to his right to Samaj Morgan. Now he's looking down the field. He's going to launch it to Deontay Pippin. Over his shoulder. In and out of his hands in the end zone. The flag is down. Corey Sadler had a lot of contact in the end zone. The Zebra's going to call this one in favor of the L-Boys. Flag goes down at the 6-yard line as that ball was thrown to Deontay Pippin in range.
Looks like there's another flag, too.
Both against the defense.
Both on the defense. It's going to be a pass interference.
That penalty is
Declining, and now another one. A personal foul at the line. It's going to be roughing the passer.
That penalty will be accepted. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
So, Tyler, I was really concerned when I saw that penalty flag in the backfield. Usually it's a holding and a pass interference, and you get a pass interference call, and then it's like, oh, geez, why did we have that hold? And now we got to just play the play over. But that one, and when I looked back, I saw the flag on the ground. I thought, oh, no. But good break for the Lakers. And a really nice pass there by Rick Nance in the end zone. And almost worked out. Well, it worked out pretty well for the Lakers.
At the 21-yard line, first down and 10 for the Lakers. Empty backfield, Nance delays it. Quarterback draw, getting met in the backfield. They're going to be taken down. Got maybe back to the line of scrimmage. More likely about the 20.5-yard line before the whistle blew with 8 minutes to go.
Well, you know, that works occasionally when everything else falls apart. I think quarterback keepers by Rick Nance up the middle right now probably going to be difficult, and Cass Tech read that one very well.
It's going to be second down now and 10 for the Lakers. Snap to Nance. Looking down the field, looking in the end zone, over the head, and again intercepted, this time at the 1-yard line. Cass Tech forced back a little bit, but for the fourth time tonight, that ball is picked off.
Well, that was a tough pass.
It was, and another tough pass that had some pressure there into murky territory, a little bit over the head. It looked like of Trenton Allison. And then just right in the hands of Cassius Shivers.
I hate to bring this quote up right now, Tyler. And maybe I should wait till after the game. But I remember talking at the very beginning of the season during one of our media days. You remember? You know what I'm about to talk about, right? You know the quote I'm about to refer to when we were talking to the head coach. And coach said, this team will go as far as our quarterback can take us. And, you know, the guy's injured, right? He's doing everything he can. He's fighting hard for the team, but it's a tough night for this quarterback.
Ball lined up at the 1-yard line. Deshaun Mumfield, the quarterback for Cass Tech, in the end zone, about 3 yards. Hodges also there to his left. Snapping a handoff to Hodges. Met at the 1 by Rob Harris. Hodges going to advance that ball up, however, to about the 3-yard line. It'll be second down and about 7 with 7.5 and so to play in the ball game.
You know, one of the things I really like right now, though, is the tenacity of the Lakers. There's no give up in them at all. They are fighting. They're doing everything they can. If they can hold Cass Tech deep on their own side of the field, they get the ball back with good field position, get a chance to take another shot, get close.
7 minutes to play in the ball game. Cass Tech 31, West Bloomfield 13. After the interception, one play, Cass Tech line up at the 4-yard line, second down and 7. Mumfield in the gun with Hodges in the backfield. Snapping a handoff to Hodges, takes it left side around the edge. Again got an open field, nothing but space. And this is going to be the dagger at the 40, down to the 30, and to the 20-yard line. Again, second TD of the night. Touchdown, Cass Tech. It's Sean Hodges. Just unstoppable tonight for the Technicians. Takes it into the end zone, and that's going to make this a 37-13 ball game with 6:36 to go.
Well, the 5'9", 180-pound senior for Cass Tech has been doing some work tonight. And he's really impressed everyone here, and certainly is making all of his fellow Cass Technicians on the sideline very happy tonight, because they are in complete control of the Lakers. And these big plays tonight, you know, and just what can you say, Tyler?
George Sanchez Murillo going to line up for the PAT. Mumfield going to be the holder. Snap is good, the hold is nice, ball is up, and it is through the uprights. Now a 38-13 ball game, 6:33 to play in the game in favor of Cass Tech. Coming into West Bloomfield and downright, and there is some action on the field. We're hearing something, players running for the opposite end zone. Something big is going on. All the fans are rushing off the field. They're going for it, they're going toward the fire station. They are calling to clear the field. We got an emergency here. Something happening here at West Bloomfield High School. Everybody moving. Football team's off the field. The crowd is now running. Looking out toward the parking lot. Not sure what is going on here. Ball game's been delayed. Ball game is being delayed right now. Fans running out, coaches running out, coming back, trying to get people away. Chaos here at West Bloomfield High School. We're going to take a break as this gets situated and come back in a few. You're listening to Laker football.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Have we gotten to the point where at some high school game that an official has finally had enough from coaches, players, and adults, pulls off the whistle, and offers it to you? Let's hope not. There's no way you could do a better job. It's on everyone to promote good sportsmanship. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
All right, well, welcome back. Clearly a very, very difficult situation going on here at West Bloomfield High School. Teams have cleared the field. Cass Tech is gathered around their 20-yard line. A number of police cars and police officers down by one end zone by the scoreboard. People taking cover here at the football stadium. Those up here in the press box have all elected to get down and find refuge under the counter. And, Tyler, we don't know exactly what's going on. On the Cass Tech side of the field, there doesn't seem to be the same level of alarm, but there still are a lot of people moving here, and just no clear understanding of exactly what's going on. And clearly, Tyler, with the situation that we live in right now, the times that we live in, this kind of a situation, when people start running, you just got to think that there's some kind of an emergency that necessitated clearing the stands. What that emergency is, we don't know.
And
the stands are and no, I'm not going to speculate at all, but the stands are clear. They still are not totally cleared. There are a number of fans that are milling around, and some people starting to come back right now. But we certainly have some kind of a situation happening now, it appears, down by the north end zone and by the scoreboard. And I think it's going to be safe enough, Tyler, that we could take a view. That's where the Lakers are. That's where a number of police cars are. And we don't see a lot of other police or any kind of presence from authorities or first responders in any other location. But a lot of confusion here, and certainly everyone is being very careful and very safe, and no information right now up in the press box. We're going to try to get a hold of the athletic director here at West Bloomfield. Tyler, why don't you call him on your phone right now and see if there's any kind of information that we can share with people as to what initiated this. Things do seem to be coming a little bit back to normal right now. Some of the football players are walking on the track in front of the stands. Most of the fans have left and are congregating more on the northern side of the field along with the team. And just to recap what happened, we were right in the middle of a play, and then all of a sudden, everybody started very quickly exiting the area to the north from the Lakers side of the field. Officials are standing in the center of the field. They don't seem to be concerned. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to take another quick break. We'll see what we can find out, and we'll be right back to report it. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Clearly, some kind of situation here at West Bloomfield. We'll be back to report more. Back in a moment. You are listening to Laker Football.
For him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Have we gotten to the point where at some high school game, that an official has finally had enough from coaches, players, and adults, pulls off the whistle, and offers it to you? Let's hope not. There's no way you could do a better job. It's on everyone to promote good sportsmanship. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. I'm Tyler Kieft. We also have Dave Scott on site here tonight. As there's been a situation at West Bloomfield High School, we do not know what's going on. We're certainly not going to speculate. Dave Scott is investigating, as we'll continue here late in the fourth quarter at West Bloomfield High School. And we'll go down to Dave on the field. Dave.
Tyler, I don't know if you can hear me. There we go. I'm down on the field. People seem to be milling around. They do seem to be returning from the north side of the field. I'm going to step out to the officiating crew here in the center of the field and see if I can find out exactly what's going on. I'm working toward Eric Pace, the principal of the school, who maybe can shed some light on exactly what's going on and maybe give you some information. Why don't you take it for a minute, and I'll check in with Eric Pierce, okay?
Will do. Dave Scott, along with Tyler Kieft here with 6:36 left in the ball game. An incident at West Bloomfield High School. Teams quickly cleared the field as it stands, at least on the home side, and partially on the away side. The away team back now, Cass Tech. We'll go down to Dave. Dave, got something at 45.
All right, Tyler. We'll get a chance to talk to Eric Pace, the principal of West Bloomfield High School. What he tells me is it was a false alarm. Okay. He said that for some reason, a lot of people started running. And, you know, in this day and time, I'm not laughing. I'm just surprised by the whole thing. In this day and time, people start running like that, it looks like, you know, an active shooter incident. I can say it now, okay? And you just see everybody running and exiting. But, again, according to the principal of West Bloomfield High School, Eric Pace, this was really nothing happened. At least as of right now. Now, there's obviously a lot of police presence here because there's a lot of confusion. But somebody started running, somebody else started running, then somebody else started running, and that's what happened. And I think it's fair to say, just because these are the facts, Tyler, that there was a relatively high level of tension already before this game just because of some incidents at other high school football games earlier this season, and I'll leave it at that. So it didn't really take a whole lot. And again, one person starts running in this environment, another person starts running, and that's how this whole kind of thing can start. And, you know, who wants to misinterpret a situation like this on the other side of it? You know, the safe thing is when you think you're in danger, protect yourself, right? And that's what a lot of people do.
Yeah, still nothing entirely confirmed here at West Bloomfield High School and what's going on. We're certainly not going to say anything for sure. We heard that from Dave Scott after talking with Principal Eric Pace very briefly. Teams starting to come back over West Bloomfield and the Laker faithful, others in the home stands that ran off to the north toward Fire Station number 1. This game's still very much on delay, and with it being this lopsided, we'll see what happens, but not expecting play to continue. We're not sure on that yet. We don't have anything confirmed here at West Bloomfield High School. There's 6:30 left.
And Tyler, the other thing is there is a significant police presence here, but there would be at any West Bloomfield High School football game just because of the sheer number of people here. And when you have this many people moving, even if it was just a matter of confusion, it's got to be addressed. People need to be settled down. They need to know what's going on. So hopefully we can get some clarity here and learn a little bit more. I'm going to send it to you for a minute so I can have a conversation with a couple of the police officers off the air, and I'll see if I can report something back, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Dave. Here at West Bloomfield High School, the Lakers are coming back over here, and Dave will continue to ask some questions down on the field. We'll take a 1-minute break. We'll come back with more as play obviously been delayed here at West Bloomfield High School. You are listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Have we gotten to the point where at some high school game that an official has finally had enough from coaches, players, and adults, pulls off the whistle, and offers it to you? Let's hope not. There's no way you could do a better job. It's on everyone to promote good sportsmanship. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
You're listening to Laker football on 89.3 Lakes FM, live streaming online on lakesfm.com. Back here at West Bloomfield High School, continued situation here as people continue milling about and settling in after an incident. We'll go down to Dave Scott at the 50-yard line.
All right, Tyler. So after talking to West Bloomfield Police, checking in with the principal of West Bloomfield High School, here is what they are telling us as of this moment. Apparently a car in the parking lot backfired. And when that sound was heard in this environment, people started running. People started running, more people started running. The next thing you know, you got a mob of people running out of the stands to the north end zone, and everybody else follows them. The authorities, the West Bloomfield Police Department have told me, along with the principal of West Bloomfield High School, it was that. Understandable that they need some time to regroup, communicate with the people here, and I can only imagine that we'll get this game back underway at some moment. But a lot of tension here, Tyler, and I think part of it is that there's just a lot of confusion as to what has happened. Now, I can tell you that a lot of people have left here, and I think this is going to be thinning out. We're getting an announcement now.
The game will continue in front of just parents and immediate family.
All right, so we're hearing an announcement now over the PA system
The stadium is not clear.
that they are going to clear the stadium tonight and only allow parents and immediate family to stay for the remainder of the game. We're 6:36 left to go in the contest. And unfortunately, what started as a football game tonight, Tyler's turned into, unfortunately, something a little bit more. But again, according to all reports that we have heard tonight, the incident here was nothing more than a car backfiring and then people reacting to it. So we'll continue to ask and see if we can get more information, but that's what we know now.
Yeah, we had Eric Pace, the principal at West Bloomfield High School, come up here and give an update, certainly to the media in the press box here, to Stoney, the PA announcer, and to us, giving the same information you just gave and then clarifying the situation here. Play is potentially able to continue. If they clear the field, play will continue. If the field is not cleared in a timely manner that is satisfactory to, of course, the officiating crew and to the police and so on here at West Bloomfield High School, it will be considered at that point a forfeit and they will call the game. So that situation ongoing here at West Bloomfield High School. We'll reset the scene with 6:36 remaining in the ball game. Fans began running after, according to reports from West Bloomfield Police Department as well as from Principal Eric Pace, a false alarm incident. People started running, others started running with them, of course, and that's where we are at this situation. The home stands were cleared, and then now returning as people are asked to exit the field here at West Bloomfield High School. False alarm's been called. They're asking all non-family spectators to leave the game, and should that happen in a timely manner, they'll continue here, Dave, at West Bloomfield High School. Bring you back.
All right. Well, clearly just an unfortunate situation. We really love these games on Friday night. They are a beautiful opportunity for the community to come together. And then to have something like this happen is unfortunate. It is on some level just the times that we're living in, that if somebody sees something and they're concerned and they're going to start moving, and you see that, then you're going to start moving, and then you get a crowd of people that will start moving, and that's exactly what happened here. Joining me now is Principal of West Bloomfield High School, Eric Pace. Eric, the report is it was a backfired automobile, and then the crowd reacted to that. Can you confirm that's what happened?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, so and now we want to get the rest of the football game on, but talk a little bit about your decision, what you've decided to do, and why.
Yeah, so we had a car backfire in the parking lot, and people started running, claiming they heard gunshots, which is untrue and an unverified account. So at that point in time, people did flee. Police responded very quickly, and were able to secure the scene. At this point in time, we have deemed with the West Bloomfield Police Department it is safe to continue the game. We will do so without spectators other than immediate family.
All right, we can talk about the whys, wheres, and whats later. Difficult situation, though, handled well here, and just kind of a tragic sign of the times we live in.
It is. It's unfortunate to live in a culture of fear surrounding these things, but we're prepared to handle them. As sad as that is, to be prepared. But our police and our staff here responded beautifully. Our parents, our players, and those from Cass Tech as well handled themselves very well.
All right, and all of this, just to clarify for people listening, all of this primarily happening in the West Bloomfield side of the field, not the Cass Tech side of the field.
Yeah, it was from the parking lot, but the spectators that were towards the south end zone nearest the parking lot.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. I appreciate you joining us during a kind of a difficult night tonight. Tyler, there is the story, and I'm not going to say a happy ending, but certainly a lot better than what we thought was going on 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the good news is it was a false alarm. I mean, unfortunate situation. People will do what they need to do in order to take the safety precautions necessary. But in this case, certainly never want to see an event like that happen, false alarm or not, especially at any of these events, especially at a high school, given the situation, Dave.
All right, so we're probably a minute or two away from getting the football game underway. 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and everyone's heart racing a little bit. Most of the fans are quietly and in an organized way making their way home tonight. Police presence here, obviously significant, but again, Mom, Dad, forgive me, I'm a little out of breath from running back up here. Nothing to be concerned about. And again, an apparent car backfiring caused the reaction that we saw tonight.
Yeah, unfortunate situation, but the good thing is the situation here is now deemed safe, and that's all that really matters. Is in the end, it's been deemed safe here, and nothing major and tragic had happened despite the incident.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break again. We'll be back in a minute or so, and we'll be able to get back to doing what we really want to do tonight, and that's talk about football. It all returns on your Laker football coverage right here in 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV, and all of our outlets across the internet. Dave and Tyler back in a moment.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Have we gotten to the point where at some high school game that an official has finally had enough from coaches, players, and adults, pulls off the whistle, and offers it to you? Let's hope not. There's no way you could do a better job. It's on everyone to promote good sportsmanship. So before you blurt something out about that next close call, consider this. Without the officials, nobody wins. A message from the Michigan High School Athletic Association, promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
Welcome back, 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. Dave Scott, Tyler Kieft here at a 38-13 football game with a couple of minutes left in the contest. Cass Tech dominating the game tonight. But the other news of the evening, unfortunately, will be the bigger headline tonight. A scare here after we had a car backfire. It was misinterpreted by a lot of fans as being something other than a car backfiring, and then a lot of people started to scatter very quickly. I'm going to keep talking about this and let you know what we know, because I understand there are a lot of people in the community, in the parking lot, driving home, who want to get information. We will continue to report on the game, but we'll also report to the extent possible on what else is going on, what other information we can find, and share that with you. So stay on 89.3 Lakes FM if you're leaving the area. But again, I just want to reassure everybody in their cars right now that according to the West Bloomfield Police Department, according to the West Bloomfield Schools, there is no reason to be concerned. You can be relaxed as you exit the area. They've decided to continue the game, and they have asked, in the interest of the situation, that only family members remain here, and asked everybody else to make their way home. Sounds like a really good judgment call and a really good job by the West Bloomfield Police Department, who are always present at these games, and the West Bloomfield School District team for doing an exceptionally good job handling a very difficult situation, Tyler.
Yeah, and a situation, unfortunately, that hits close to home because of other incidents in our local area, certainly because of threats, other false alarms, mostly in the form of threats that have happened in communities surrounding here. But, to be able to have that response that quickly, and most of all, what's paramount here, the greatest positive is that it was a false alarm and everybody is safe.
And it doesn't really matter that of other things that have gone on here in our area. I'm not picking on you. It's just that, this is just a reasonable response, I guess, to something that could be misinterpreted as something else in a crowd situation like this at a school. Just kind of the way it is right now. All right, well, let's get back to football. We'll report more on the other information after we conclude this football game. We have a 38-13 contest with 6:36 to go, and Tyler Kieft picks up the play-by-play.
6:36 remaining, 38-13 here in the fourth quarter. Cass Tech will kick this ball off to West Bloomfield. Back for West Bloomfield, as always, Samaj Morgan, Adrian Epps. This one squibbed up the middle. Still bouncing, finally recovered by the Lakers at the 35. They bounce, they get onto it, and get to the ground. That's where this West Bloomfield offensive drive will begin.
So, Tyler, you're West Bloomfield. Considering the other things that have gone on here, do you continue? Do you think the players continue to keep their head in this game? It's got to be very difficult for them right now.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, what's gone on here tonight. Definitely more of an important situation than what's on the football field. But these guys are ready. They're coming back out, and they got a football game to play, and they'll play it. First down and 10 for the L-Boys. 35-yard line on the right hash. Rick Nance in at quarterback. In the backfield with him is Jaws. Morgan out to the left side along with DeAndre Hill. The snap to Nance. Takes a quick drop. Got a pocket. Looking down the field. Looking for Pippen. Open and intercepted a fifth time. This time it's Sadler Jr. at the 45 to 50. Down to the 45. Still on his feet at the 40. Running around in circles and finally goes down. Goes backwards and down at the 48-yard line for the fifth time tonight. An interception for Cass Tech.
Well, and again, that just talks to the speed that they have in their secondary, something the Lakers are not accustomed to seeing. Passes the Lakers have been making all season long that have worked aren't working tonight. Just too much speed in the Cass Tech secondary.
Cass Tech going to take over now at the 47-yard line. That's where they'll mark it. First down and 10 for the Technicians, up 38-13 in round one of the playoffs here on the road for them at West Bloomfield High School. Tech lining up. Mumfield, the quarterback, in the shotgun. Out to the right, one single man, same to the left, and two in the backfield with the quarterback. Snap to Mumfield, going to hand that ball up. Goes up the middle, gets up to the 40-yard line, finally going to be tackled by Rob Harris. It's Summerfield, it's Cameron Summerfield, the sophomore, advancing that ball up. They'll bring it up to about a second down and 7. Rob Harris on the tackle with 6 minutes remaining here in the ball game at West Bloomfield High School in round one of the Division I MHSAA playoffs. Second down and 4. Mumfield lined up at quarterback, 2 men in the backfield with him, 2 out to the right, single man to the left. Snapping a handoff again. This time it's Summerfield also at the 45-yard line. Advances past the line to gain. First down. Cameron Summerroy getting more involvement now as Cass Tech just running the football, running the clock. Up 25 points with less than 5.5 to play in the ball game. Mumfield going to go to the sideline, get the next call as Elijah Jordan checks out of this contest. So does Cameron Summerroy. Ball now at the 35-yard line on the left hash for Cass Tech. 2 split out to the right, single man out to the left, and 2 runners in the backfield. Mumfield going to line up a few yards back at the 40-yard line. Snap to Mumfield, going to hand that ball up the middle, gets to about the 35-yard line, met by a couple Lakers in forward progress. Going to advance that ball back to the line of scrimmage, but nothing gained. They're on first down.
No big surprise, the big 6'1", 205-pound linebacker, senior for the Laker, Rob Harris, right there to make that stop. Tyler, I love seeing players play in a tough situation and standing tall. And that's what we're seeing right now by the Laker defense. Game is tough, situation is tough. Yeah. They're just out there doing what they do, play football.
Yeah, tough night for the Lakers, tough night for everyone involved here at West Bloomfield High School. As we're 4 minutes and some change away from the end of this ball game. Mumfield, the southpaw senior, in at quarterback. Ball at the 35, line up at the 40. Snapping a handoff. That's going to advance the ball up to about the 43-yard line. This ball carrier goes up the left side, around in between the left tackle and the left guard. They'll bring up third down. Mumfield again looking toward the sideline, just eating up that clock. 3:45 to play in the contest. West Bloomfield down 38-13. Cass Tech in the lead here at West Bloomfield High School. They'll continue to eat this clock down, and all but extracurricular here at West Bloomfield High School with 3.5 to play. Mumfield lined up at quarterback. Again, 2 in the backfield, 2 split out to the right, 1 to the left. Snapping a handoff, going to take it up the left side, gets down to about the 41-yard line, 31-yard line, and finally taken down. That's going to bring up a fourth down. 3 minutes to play in this ball game here at West Bloomfield High School. 4th and 8 coming up at the West Bloomfield 31-yard line. 38 points for Cass Tech and 13 for West Bloomfield High School. West Bloomfield, the turnovers definitely a factor here in the second half, as they have been outscored 28-6. Same formation for Cass Tech once again, 2 men in the backfield. on 4th down and 6. Snapping a handoff. Not going to get much. Breaks outside the right side. Being met by Montel Johnson outside and taken down. Actually, that's not going to be Montel. That's going to be Lorenzo Williams. There'll be a turnover on downs. Lakers will take over at about the 35-yard line. Just about at the left hash, headed toward their end zone.
Really good job by the Laker quarterback Lorenzo Williams. Just great pursuit in the backfield, stuck with it, turned on some speed, and came up with a big tackle. Key tackle for the Lakers to get the ball back.
2:25 remaining in the ball game. West Bloomfield going to take this one over at the 35-yard line. Nance in at quarterback. In the backfield with him is Kenneth Jones III. Two split out to the left. Ralph Rogers and Deontay Pippin. Single man out right. Samaj Morgan. Rogers in motion. Snapping a handoff to Rogers. Goes around the right edge at the 35 to the 40. Up to the 45 to the 50-yard line. First down for West Bloomfield at the 50. Ralph Rogers again a big run there. A little bit slow to get up. Looks like he is going to get up. Going to be pulled up by some of his teammates. Very gingerly as he's got a little bit of a limp and he's going
to need some help getting off the field, Tyler. They're going to bring somebody out here to give him a helping hand, and one of the trainers here, and he's coming out of the game.
Yeah, a little banged up there, but going to just kind of skip on over to the sideline. First down and 10 for the Lakers. At the 50-yard line, minute 45 to play in this ball game. Cass Tech 38, West Bloomfield 13. In motion is Morgan. Snap by Nance off to Morgan. Around, that's Deontay Pippin at the 50 to the 45-yard line. Advances, dives toward the 40, lands at the 41-yard line, rolls out of bounds. It's going to be a gain of about 9 there. It's going to be second down and 1 yard to go. Minute 17 to play here at West Bloomfield High School. 38 points for Cass Tech. They will advance to the second round in this big upset in round 1 over West Bloomfield with just a minute to play. Second down and 1 at the Cass Tech 42. Nance in the shotgun. One man in the backfield. Whistle now on the field. We'll stop the play with 58 seconds to go.
Officials timeout.
Officials calling a timeout.
Tyler, I think we're going to have an opportunity to dissect this a little bit and maybe consider your last comment of a minute ago as to whether this is a big upset or not. As we look at it coming into the game tonight, I would concur. But who knows where things will transpire beyond this game tonight. This is a good team. This team wins the state championship. You might not say this is so much of an upset.
No, certainly not to discount the play of Cass Tech tonight or throughout the season. That is one heck of a ball club they have there in Detroit for Marvin Rushing in his second season. Getting this signature win. They've already got a couple of those. Birmingham Brother Rice last week.
Sure.
Martin Luther King High School the week before that. Kept it close with Southfield A&T. Kept it close with MLK earlier on in the season. They got one heck of a ball club there. That record, those playoff points, don't speak to it. 30 seconds left. Hand off to Jaws. Going to take it around the left side. Gets to the 30-yard line. Going to bring them 2 yards short of the line to gain on second down. The clock ticking. 15 seconds left. A few players on Cass Tech limping off the field, one in particular, but clock's ticking. That's going to do it here at West Bloomfield High School. Your final score tonight, Cass Tech comes into WB and shuts down the Lakers. That's the end of the regular season. 38 points for Cass Tech tonight, 13 in favor of the West Bloomfield Lakers as the Lakers season will come to an end. And Cass Tech gets that big win, that trendsetter to start the playoffs in round 1 on the road at West Bloomfield High School. Again, 38 points in favor of Cass Tech, 13 points for the West Bloomfield Lakers as a great tradition continues. Both teams lining up at the 50-yard line to shake hands and congratulate each other on a great season for the Lakers. That coming to an end for Cass Tech, soon to continue. We'll take a break. We'll come back with your Laker postgame show. You're listening to Laker Football on 89.3 Lakes FM at lakesfm.com.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield. And consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Health concerns in high school sports go beyond physical injuries. The mental well-being of our young people is a hotter topic than ever before. The Michigan High School Athletic Association website has resources to help adults and students recognize potential problems and deal with them in a positive way. You can learn more about these mental health resources on the Health and Safety page of the MHSAA website. A message from the MHSAA promoting the value and values of educational athletics.
This November, honor the many people who offer their lives for our freedom at the 2022 Heroes Appreciation Breakfast. Organizations, charities, and local residents are invited to celebrate the men and women that ensure our safety and security. Hear from guest speakers, live performances, and presentations from veterans, officers, and more. Save the date, November 8th, 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the new West Bloomfield Middle School. Call 248-451-1900 to register.
Welcome back, Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. It is the Laker postgame show, a most unusual night tonight. Lakers, first of all, on the football side, it's been a great season. Lakers run into a really exceptionally good football team. Certainly a lot of friends on both sides of the ball. A great exchange between teams at midfield right now, and a lot of respect for Cass Tech coming in here tonight and doing an exceptional job against a very good West Bloomfield Laker football team. Other story we're going to continue to keep an eye on for tonight, as likely the only local media outlet available here for you, as we certainly had a bit of an incident here at the West Bloomfield High School football game tonight, as at one point, with about 6.5 minutes left to go in the contest, fans just started rushing from the stadium to the north side of the field. Almost immediately, the entire or most of the Laker stands cleared out, and everyone went to the north. They followed the team. They followed people that were running on the concourse, and there seemed to be some kind of an incident over near the parking lot. Most of it centered over on the West Bloomfield side. There was all kinds of suspicions of what it was. There wasn't a lot of clarity here in the press box. People were coming into the press box to try to find a safe position. This is a block building. Others here in the press box were taking cover, and there was suspicion that there might be an active shooter situation going on here. As it turned out, it was anything but. It was a car backfiring in the parking lot. This, according to reports from the West Bloomfield Police and from the principal of the West Bloomfield Schools, Eric Pace. They almost immediately reported to us after we were to get things under control that it was a backfiring engine on a car that was misinterpreted. And once you get a crowd of people taking some action, then others are going to follow. And fortunately, there wasn't a stampede. Nobody got hurt. I think everybody handled themselves in an exceedingly good fashion tonight, considering the circumstances. Kudos to everybody here on site, the fans, the players, the coaches, the officials, certainly all of the people and the representatives from West Bloomfield Schools doing a really good job. Tyler Kieft is on the field, and it's a tough night in the midst of all this for the Lakers, who had high aspirations for making it to Ford Field. Not so this year after a really tough night tonight against a fine football team from Cass Tech. Tyler, let's send it down to you on the field.
Yeah, and this Lakers team content at the end here as things finished at West Bloomfield High School. Certainly a tough end to the season to take this right into the locker room and discuss this as a team and have let those emotions out, both from the game that transpired here on the gridiron and certainly from the other incident that had happened here tonight at West Bloomfield, as fans continue to roll out safely. Luckily and happily, the situation here at West Bloomfield, a false alarm tonight, but the Lakers also taking a loss to Cass Tech 38-13, and keen to have a conversation amongst each other because they've had a great season, as you said. They've played well together. They've come back from some bumps in the road as a team, and certainly want to commemorate this season and the effort that they put forward and the progress that they made as a football program, as individuals, and as young men, has certainly bid a farewell to those seniors who have had an excellent career here at West Bloomfield High School.
You know, Tyler, we've seen a lot of these, and when I say these, the final game of the season with the team all gathered on the field. I don't know exactly where you are right now.
I'm at the 50-yard.
Okay, very good. I see you. We've had a lot of these scenarios, and I can't remember, you know, a last game of the season, which is going to be disappointing for every team except one. I can't remember a team that was as upbeat, as positive, and was willing to celebrate their success rather than focus on the final loss of the season. You know, you're going to have a final loss of the season unless you're the state champions. Just listen to the sounds and the jubilation coming from the Lakers. That is a great sign of a program maturing because, you know, they know that this isn't the end of the road. It might be the end of the season. It isn't the end of the road. It's not the end of the road for a lot of the players who will move on to either football or other things in their life, and it's certainly not the end of the road for those people that will be returning to the gridiron for West Bloomfield next year.
Yeah, quite a lot of talent coming back for the L Boys next year. On the defensive side, certainly Brandon Davis-Swain you're looking at, Montel Johnson. In the secondary, you'll have Jameer Benjamin back for his senior season as well. And on the offensive side, also a lot of impact players that emerged this season that will return next year. And the guy paramount among those being Rick Nance at the quarterback for his senior season.
All right, Tyler, if you want to continue to make your way out and see if there's anybody you could chat with, we'll give you an opportunity to do that. I'll cover things here for a minute. Tyler out on the 50-yard line. Normally we would have an opportunity for you to see all of this on television, but that's not the case tonight as we're engaged in a radio broadcast only. So Tyler will give you an opportunity to hear from some of the players, the coaches, and others here tonight before they make their way out the field. If you're listening to us tonight on the radios, you're heading away from this football game. This is a really interesting situation, Tyler, in that this team that just got knocked out of the playoffs is celebrating a very successful season rather than being deeply disappointed. I think it's pretty impressive and just a great show of an accomplishment. Tyler's making his way towards one of his favorite players, and that is the Laker running back. Tyler, take it away.
Yeah, here with Kenneth Jones III, not the way you wanted the season to end, but nonetheless a competitive game tonight against Cass Tech, and one hell of a team that ended up leaving this field tonight. You capping off your career with the West Bloomfield Lakers here. What are your final thoughts on your 4 years at West Bloomfield High School and the program that's emerged here in your time?
So, you know, I mean, we fought hard this whole season, you know. It was a journey for sure, you know. Ever since we was in the summer, working out with each other, you know what I'm saying, getting to know each other and getting to know our new teammates. The freshmen coming up, the juniors coming up, you know. It's just, I had a good year, you know what I'm saying? So it's like we played to the fullest. We did everything with our brothers, and I couldn't ask for a better season. I just thank Coach Grice for taking me in, not giving up on me, you know. The recruitment, you know, everything, just being here with my brothers, you know. I grew up in, like, you know what I'm saying, I grew up in West Bloomfield football program, so just to see that I'm a senior now, it's like, wow, like, now I'm really going off to college, so it's really hitting me now. So, I mean, I have fun with my brothers, you know. I love my coaches, love my brothers. They put me in positions to succeed, so that's what we did, you know. We didn't come out with the results we wanted, but at least we came and fought as a brotherhood, so I'm thankful for that.
And speak to the fight of this team, because, you know, Cass Tech comes out in the second half. They're scoring, they're getting turnovers, they're capitalizing on that, and yet, no matter where the scoreboard was going, your team's still playing hard, playing at 100%, and fighting to get back in that ball game. What does that speak to you in terms of the culture of this team, but also those guys in the locker room that are on this ball club?
You know, it means a lot to us, so, you know, we just not going to give up. So it's a player-led team, so we want it, you know. It's not just really about the coaches. It's like what we want, like, you know. So we just came. We had to come out here and fight hard. You know, the captains had to lead the players and stuff like that. So we just came out here, you know. We fought hard, but obviously not the results we wanted, but at least we did it as a team, so I'm thankful.
Bright future ahead for this Lakers program as well as yourself going on to another Laker program at Grand Valley State. Any final words of encouragement or just things you'd like to say to L Boys Nation?
One team, one family. It's really all you got, you know. Even though I'm not going to be here next year, you know, I'm still riding for him, I'm still counting for him. So, you know, I'm still always a Laker, so it's always in my heart.
Well, Jaws, we appreciate it. Appreciate you joining us all throughout the season. And good luck going forward at Grand Valley State.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you, Dave.
All right, Tyler, clearly always disappointing. And I don't want to paint the scenario that the team is jumping up and down for joy, but as evidence of that interview right there, you know, just this team, these players, everyone has matured through this season. It's been a tough season, and the Lakers certainly high hopes, but they had a great season. And look, you know, we talked about this at the beginning of the game. This is a team that was working hard from the first day to get to the state championship. You lose to Cass Tech tonight in the first round of the districts. This isn't your standard first round district loss. This is a loss to one of the best teams in the state of Michigan. Everyone knew it. That's why there was so much media here tonight. That's why there was so much anticipation. So the Lakers can hold their head high. They accomplished an awful lot, and especially considering, I mean, it seemed like every week there was another challenge, another guy injured, and it built right into the postseason here with the Lakers fighting off injuries, getting guys back, you know, it just coming in and playing such a huge game. That's awful difficult. Lakers fought through it, though, and did a pretty good job all season long. Not a pretty good job, a great job all season long. And it's been a thrill to cover and be a part of these broadcasts, Tyler.
Yeah, it really has, to see this team grow together, and get through those tougher parts of the season. Certainly you think about the situation in the scrum and the conversations that were had after the Rochester Adams game, and the comeback after that, a strong return the next week, and strong finish to the regular season, and playing tough out here. We just talked about it with Jaws. Despite a lopsided score early in the second half, this team continued to fight through it and play competitive football and attempt to come back tonight.
Well, I don't have a whole lot more. How about you?
I don't as well. L Boys Nation has cleared out here tonight. The team back in the locker room at this point, and the season's come to an end.
All right, Tyler. Well, thank you. You've done some amazing work this year. I really appreciate it. It's been an honor and a pleasure working with you all season long. Thank you very much for your hard work and effort, and the great job not only you've done on these broadcasts, but also the great job that you have done on This Week in Laker Football. And likely we'll have a chance to maybe sneak one more final edition in before it's all said and done. We look forward to that from you. Certainly a night that we will not forget, and a season that we will not forget. We'll put this one in our memory banks and tuck it away, and thank everyone for, I think, one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting seasons we've ever had here in West Bloomfield, a team that had extraordinarily high hopes and really delivered against them in spite of a lot of challenges all the way along the way. So that is going to be it for tonight. Thank you very much for tuning in. Again, a huge salute to all of our first responders in West Bloomfield, to the administration, to everyone working this game, to both teams, to the coaches, to the officials, to everybody. Clearly a situation that could have, even though it wasn't what we thought it was, a situation that could have turned really bad tonight, just by the way the people reacted. So good job by the fans of West Bloomfield and Cass Tech. Good job by everybody. A misunderstanding, Tyler, but a good job by everybody handling it well. Some confusion for a couple of moments, and that's just where we all live today, right? And that's it. But as I look out on the parking lot right now and I see people taking their time, going home, just enjoying maybe a couple of more minutes and thinking back about everything that's been great this season and these wonderful Friday nights, just fortunately it didn't end on a really ugly note. And if anything, this odd incident tonight, we come away from this one with a big sigh of relief and just a good opportunity to say, hey, great job by the West Bloomfield Police. Great job by everybody here. Great job by everyone that works for the school district. And Eric Pace, who's our principal of the school district, is still out on the football field working hard to make sure that everybody is okay, everybody is cared for, and that everybody is safe.
And certainly we would encourage you, if you were at the game tonight, or if you know someone that was at the game tonight and did experience what happened here, check in with them, make sure they're all okay, because it may have been a false alarm, but that's a scary situation and a tough situation, and something that people may need your support from. So highly encourage you, and especially if you are feeling under duress after that tonight, to reach out to someone close to your professional to speak it over, because it's important that we don't gloss over that nothing dangerous necessarily had happened. It was a false alarm, but still some trauma certainly could be had for individuals here tonight.
Well, I didn't think I'd ever be doing a broadcast up here in this press box, and to have everybody hiding under the deck here. So certainly that's going to have an impact on everybody here, everybody in the stands, and well said, Tyler. Very, very good thought for our audience tonight, and always a good thought to make sure that you're taking care of yourself. So, all right, a real mixture of emotions tonight. Everyone, be safe. Have a good weekend. Enjoy some more football this weekend, because that's what we talk about here is football. The very best luck to the University of Michigan and,
of course, the Michigan State Spartans.
Of course.
Come on.
Very best of luck to Michigan State Spartans, because we love each other, and have a great weekend. Thank you very much for tuning in. For the thousands of people that have checked out our games this year, it's been an awful lot of fun. Hopefully Tyler and I will be back next fall, and in the interim, a variety of other fun and interesting and hopefully informative things going on here in our community that we can all be a part of. Thanks to our sponsors, Tyler. You want to give them a big shout-out on the way out?
Yeah, a huge support we've gotten all throughout the season from our dedicated sponsors, Premier Pet Supply and the Orchard Mall, both our sponsors, both together at Orchard Lake and Maple Road here in West Bloomfield Township, as well as the Michigan Week Committee, also doing great work all throughout the year to recognize the many dedicated volunteers here in the greater West Bloomfield community. And among those that are helping to organize that recognition, Ken and Deb Macon, our sponsors as well. And also, as always, got to give a huge amount of thanks to the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications Commission for their support on all of our broadcasts, TV, radio, streaming, or when we put it all together each and every week.
All right, so we salute the technicians on a great victory tonight, and just a classy night all the way around. Same thing on our side of the sidelines. So great football game, great football season. Great job, everybody. Thank you very much for tuning in. The final score of tonight's contest, Cass Tech 38. Your West Bloomfield Lakers 13. Good luck to Cass Tech and the rest of the tournament, and to all the other teams. And thank you very much for tuning in all season long. Tyler, good job, and good night, everybody.